Good afternoon, everyone. How are we on this fine Friday? Just ahead of a weekend. How are we all doing? No, I'm not in VR yet because I'm going to go over a bit of planning before we jump into today's session. It's been 2 weeks since I've played Satisfactory, so yeah, let's see if I remember how to do this and how to stream. Hey, Russ, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Azuren. Yes, Russ is late. Azuren was very first this time. So today we're going to actually build a factory, hurrah, and we're going to build a basics factory. And you might say, well, we've already got a basics factory, and the first factory we built was sort of a starter factory, just to kickstart things. It used the very basic recipes and very minimal throughput. So today we're going to build a proper one, making similar sort of products, but we've got a bit more of a plan, and we're going to use a pile of alternate recipes. So if I switch to the browser view here, you can see the plan. So this is Satisfactory Logistics website, and it's my preferred planning tool because I like the way it handles being able to switch alternate recipes. So if I can zoom this just a sec. Oh, that didn't work. Come on, zoom. Okay, so over here I have the outputs that this factory is going to produce. So we're making a lot of things in this factory, so it's a bits of factory, and we're not making any huge quantities. So the idea of this basics factory is these are materials you use for building, and so we're just building enough to keep our depots and our storage containers topped up. So this will pretty much supply us with building materials for pretty much the rest of the game. We're not going to supply any other factories with parts from this. So the output is fairly modest. We are going to be using a whole pile of alternate recipes because part of this playthrough is I want to try and minimize how much size is taken more than efficiency. So if I close this, basically by plugging those numbers in here, this will automatically plan out your factory. And once it's planned it out, you can then tweak it to what you like. So I've gone through and tweaked this with a bunch of alternate recipes. You can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hope I've got all of them. 7. Did I have all of those on my checklist? I will have to check. I'm pretty sure we've got them all though, because I've been hunting hard drives for the last couple of sessions. So we actually have Caterium near where we are starting. So this factory is also going to include AI limiters and quickwire, which you don't normally have in a beginner factory. To save space, I'm also going to use Caterium wire as an alternate recipe because if I look at the alternatives, basically we need a lot of wire for different parts here. If I change this alternate recipe, currently we're using 223 iron, 100 copper, and 162 Caterium. If I go to a normal wire recipe, let's say we're using the basic copper wire, then where's the wire gone? Down here. We need 8 constructors instead of 2, and we'll need more copper and iron, obviously. If we were to use iron wire, then we'd be getting 11 constructors just to make the same amount of wire. So by using Caterium wire here, we're using Caterium, which is a valuable product, but we're saving space because we can only need to make 2 constructors worth to get the same wire output. Now let me just reload this to get my layout back. That's okay. Similarly, for copper and iron, instead of just using smelters to make copper bars and iron bars, and we're not using pure recipes, I've chosen to use the alloys instead. This saves you a little bit of resources. Like a copper ingot normally is like a 1-to-1 ratio, so 30 copper in, 30 copper out. Using the alloy, it's 50 copper in and 50 iron in to get 100 copper out. So it's still a 1-to-1 ratio, but we're mixing iron in, which is a resource that's more available. What's more though, this is going to output 100 a minute, whereas if we were using a smelter, it would only be outputting 30 a minute. So having a higher output means we need less machines. So similarly with the iron, if I look at the alternate recipes, the basic recipe is 30 in, 30 out. But we're using this one, which is 40 iron and 10 copper gives 75 iron. So we're putting a little bit of copper in there. We're making a savings on how much material total we're using, but we're also getting a much higher output. Oops, don't mind that box falling off. And that's similar through the rest of the plan. Now, I said at the start that part of this playthrough is I'm not going to avoid screws. I'm not necessarily going to embrace them, but I'm not going to avoid them. So we are going copper rotors here at the moment. Again, because the output of this is 11.25 rotors per minute. If we look at the others, it's 5 a minute and 4 a minute. So this one has a much higher output per machine. Similarly with the bolted frame. Now the iron plate is interesting. This is 4 assemblers for stitched iron plate. Currently we still need a bucket load of screws at 10 constructors. There is a bolted iron plate recipe here, which if we use the bolted plate would only need 1.5 assemblers. That sounds great. Good efficiency there. But then we'd need 17 constructors. So while we'd save throughput here, it gets ridiculous in the screw section. And this is why people don't like screws. The screws are just crazy. So we are going with stitched iron plate, which will need 4 assemblers, but we don't need quite so many screws then. Now, screws are the real pain in the butt. We could potentially use steel screws, but we don't have any steel. Steel would actually be best for throughput. Like, this is 10 constructors here. If I was using steel screws, I would only need 2 constructors. So that's a factor of 5 as far as space efficiency goes. Problem is, it needs steel beams. Now, we do have a steel factory not far away, and this is not many steel beams. So we could potentially set up a truck line to deliver steel, and I might still do this. I'm not sure yet. I'm going to do some of the other buildings first, but this might actually be a bit of a fun side to have a truck delivering steel, because that would save us a ton of room, and this is really not a lot of steel to generate a massive amount of screws. So I might go with this. Actually, if I do this, so basically at the moment it's planning out how to make the steel, but if I come into the inputs and outputs here and I say inputs steel, no, that's the factory. Oh look, from the steel factory, steel beams, and let's just say 5. We're not going to use 5, but let's say that's what we've got. So now if we close that, oh, this is actually saying 5 per minute. I thought it was less than that. Oh, well, there you go. We did need 5. No, we need more than 5. I was looking at the wrong numbers. So let's make that 10. Is that enough? That's enough. Okay. Why has it changed from the other plan? That's interesting, because the original plan was 1.8, but it might have been affected by other resources. Let's bump that up to 20. We don't have 20. We have 15? No. Okay, we're only actually making 10 at the other place, but we can increase that. Oops, no, go away. Oh, byproduct. No, we don't want a byproduct. That's terrible. 5 was not enough. 10. See, there was a setting where you could say 10 were available, but it would only use what is required and it wouldn't give a byproduct. So I'm going to have to just wing it and throw some numbers in here. 9. 0.5. Yes, okay, that's close. 93. No, not 93. So if we provided about 10 beams a minute, we could use 2 constructors instead of 10 constructors to generate all the screws that are needed for all our other recipes. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that yet. We'll see how we go. Let me just reset that. Yeah, at the moment I'm going to stick to the cast screws, but we'll see how we go, because we might come back to that later and do the steel instead. Okay, so that's the plan. So there's a fair bit of it's a complicated plan because there's lots of bits here and we're making lots of bits. I haven't done any layout planning or anything, we're just going to wing that. So let me just jump over to VR and we can start planning. Just hold on a sec while I switch and put my headset on. I'll be back in a second. Just got to press all the buttons. Log into virtual desktop. Let me start my dashboard up. Give me my mouse cursor back. Okay. Switch to stabilized view. My actual virtual desktop window is not showing. Just 1 second, I'm going to restart it. It was set up and working before. Right, that's better. We're in. Right, let's inject into VR and hopefully we've got everything working. Oh no, oh no, oh no, everything's not working or everything is working. That doesn't look centered. That's a bit weird. Why is that not centered? Actually, I wonder... No? Let's log in and see if it's centered when we're in game. Oh, did I fiddle with settings? Oh, I fiddled with settings. I was helping someone with tech support stuff, and I was fiddling with camera settings, so my UI is in the wrong place. And I didn't reset my profile. I was like, you just fiddle with these numbers and it'll come out good. And so I fiddled with the numbers and didn't reset them. This is only changing things in the headset, I think. Oof, no, not that far. Okay, that will do. Fiddling with settings leads to pain. Yes, yes. And I was out this morning, so I didn't have time to do too much testing. I was also fiddling with camera setup. So see that platform up there, and there's a platform there, and there's a platform over there where I've actually set up time-lapse cameras. So I might regret this, but I can teleport to those time-lapse spots and show you what was set up. If they saved properly. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, they did. And hopefully I won't crater. Okay, so this is one of the time-lapse spots, so it'll be looking over this area here. And this one here is up high, looking down. And which you probably can't see if that view is in the way. So this will be looking down here like this. And then the last one, I probably haven't pushed these out far enough, and I've set up 3, just hopefully that I'll get a good angle out of one of them. And this is this one over here, looking that way. So that's the 3 time lapses. I'm not going to start them yet, because I'm not going to just leap straight into building. There's a couple of other things I want to do first. But we should probably delete these platforms. Otherwise they're going to, at least this one that I'm standing on here, is going to show up in some of the other ones. Okay. Right. Is that tilted strangely? Did I stuff up my profile? That looks fine. So this is what we built last time. We built a bit of a water fun park for our doggos, but we don't have our doggos here yet. So before we start on the factory, I'm going to go on a little road trip and pick up the doggos and walk them over here and into the pen. And then they can frolic in the pen and we'll see how they go. And hopefully they won't escape. So that's what I'm going to do first. So getting to them is easy. We just take the zip line. Why is that not letting me? There we go. Why can't I climb that? I had some weird problems after teleporting to the platforms before. I wonder if it's giving me that again. So I'm actually just going to reload the game. Okay. Let's try climbing again. I know I haven't deleted that platform. We'll come back to it later. So we have 2 doggos back at our main starting point. Scratch and George. And they've been hanging out there the whole time. So we're going to go pick them up and bring them back to our new base. I don't know what the best way to walk through is. I guess we could kind of follow one of the power lines. It's at night, so there's probably going to be spiders. At least if we go down where the quartz is, I know there's spiders down there, so it'll be a little road trip. They can be a little flaky to escort as well. They get distracted. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get them up here. I might need to go that way. So this is our starter factory that we did in the first session. Complete with depots and everything. So this is making all the basic products, but it's making a minimum quantity of all of them. Now there's one doggo. Hey boy. Scratch. Did you just steal that from the machine over there? That's making wire over there. Where's George? I need both of you. Is he hiding back here somewhere? I don't want you to get lost. There he is. Wasn't it George who was getting stuck on the conveyor belts in the first session? Here's George. He's got another nuke for me. Actually, I think it was Scratch who bought the other nuke. I think I'm going to have to come through here to get George out. Come on, George. Keep coming. Come on. This could take a while. Scratch is usually the best, this doggo. Oh, don't get stuck under there. Do I need to delete a burner? This is why you stick them in a pen, so they don't wander around and get stuck in the factory furniture. I don't need to rebuild this because we're not actually using the bio burners anymore. But completionist says must restore. Okay, boys, how are we going to do this? We could take the long route through the poison. It's probably actually the safest, because I don't think there's any stingers that way, and it's the flattest. Come on, boys. There is going to be hogs and stuff along this way, though. Come on. Missed. Wow. Take 2 weeks off and my aim goes to crap. Where's he going? Hey! We'll probably need to blow up some fart rocks coming this way. But at least it's a fairly... Ooh, there's an alpha there. Hey, dawn breaks. Don't shoot the doggos. The basic rebar really is OP. You coming, boys? Oh, there's a few here. Oh, missed. They're playing hard to get. Okay, that's him down. And him down. I can turn those into biosamples later. Okay, it's a bit rocky here, guys, so try not to get stuck. Later on we'll be able to get water out of this, but we don't have the technology to do that at the moment. Okay, who got stuck? Come on. How's the frame rate looking on Twitch and YouTube? Is it okay? Okay, so in the other thing we did in the last episode was we tested the new Novelesque throwing, which I actually had a... Oh, that's a stinger. Stingers are immune to poison, but I don't think doggos are. Oh, so I can hit the stinger? Maybe I should take them out first. Yeah, good shot. They're only little ones so far. So the new Novelesque throwing mechanic is currently in Alpha 3. I am prepping for release, so I'm hoping to release that. I mean, here's the thing. I could just release it like this, which is an improvement, but I have thought about actually adding a gesture to let you trigger the explosives in other ways, and that would delay the release a bit. But it would be cool. Or I could just save it for the next release. Okay. Works pretty well. I was never very good at throwing in sports anyway, so I'm not sure how much of it is jank physics and how much of it is me not being able to throw. Hang on, my cable is tangled on something. Oh, my foot. Okay. I wonder if poison affects doggos. Oh, what a throw. Not a bit far. Oops. Something was poisoning me. Let's pull back. I don't know if that explosive was too close. Nope, another stinger coming. Oh, damn it. Too late. Where's my... Where is it? Oh, mate. There it is. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Take that. Whew. Okay. Yay, that's better. You two okay back there? We got stingers ahead. Not stingers, spitters. I think we need to go that way, although we could circle through this way. As long as these guys don't get stuck. We've lost someone. What do you... Who is it? Who's getting stuck on things? Come around the tree. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Come on, I sprinted for a little bit and they got lost. Come on, you guys, keep up. Okay, no sprinting apparently. Burb. Okay, it's a power line, so we're on the right track. This is near the water though, so I think there's some alpha stingers around here. Maybe we should have gone the other way. Hey, there's another doggo! Yay! My berries, give them back. Hello, doggo. You can be Timmy the doggo. Which I wonder if there's anyone old enough here to get the reference. Three doggos. Ha ha. Hang on, we've lost someone already. Leave the berries alone. Come on, come around the plant. Around the plant. Thank you. I think we might go up this way. 2. Why is there... Where'd he go? Who's missing? Okay. George, some status, thanks. Timmy, we've lost Scratch. Damn it, Scratch, where'd you go? Anyone see him? Did they get eaten by something? Yeah, Scratch is kind of wandering. It wasn't this far out. Where'd he go? Unless he's fallen through the earth. That's most peculiar. There he is. Unless it's another new doggo. Scratch, is that you? What are you doing? Oh, okay. You're finding fused modular frames. Okay, you're forgiven. Come on. Let's try going down by the riverbank. Scratch knows that song. Thank you, voice in my head. Okay, you all three following? This is where I find out they drown and my water park is going to doom them all. Look, just because I stopped for the berry... Come on, this way. This way. Okay, there's a big power tower there, so that's probably the better God. What? Are they trying to play hide and seek or something here? Get off the tree. Thank you. Do I just need to walk backwards? Whoops. Not into the tree. Okay. Can we even get through this way? I think we have to go up that way. Right. Between the weird coral things. Yes. One, two, three. Watch out for the poison plant. Ah, we've come around this way. Okay. Almost there. Okay, come on, guys. Now we get to see if you can actually get into the pen. There's a bean tightrope walking on the fence. Right, so we should be able to walk up this ramp. Yes. And drop down here. Can you guys drop down? Or do I need to build a ramp? I think I need to build a ramp. Okay. Okay, can you guys get down here? Or is the fence blocking you? One. Come on. Come on, you two. Stop looking at the tree. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we might need a temporary ramp to get them in here. But now, they should be safe in here. Solid biofuel, Timmy, really? Okay. I guess I'll use it in my chainsaw. Thank you. Right, you guys have fun. I need to make some buildings now. Right, let's go build something. So if I jump over the fence, they theoretically shouldn't be able to follow me now. Okay, let's put that away. Let me just quickly switch back to the browser to do a recap of what we're building, if there's anyone who's joined us since I first went over it. I'm not going to do a full recap, just a quick overview. That means that button. Okay, so we are making a basics factory. And I've just pressed the wrong button on the wrong machine. So this is the factory plan, which looks complicated because we're actually making a lot of products here. We actually have Caterium near us, so as well as the usual wire and cable and copper and that kind of stuff, we're also going to make AI limiters and some quick wire as well. So we're using a bunch of alternate recipes, and it's good that I checked this because I actually need to claim some of the alternate recipes. So we've got, let's see if I remember, the bolted frame, copper rotor, cast screw, alloys, Caterium wire. So let me jump back into the game and make sure I've got the right ones actually unlocked. Okay, because I know I've got them all available, but I haven't selected them necessarily. Hard drives. No, hard drive library. Ah, my mouse cursor's gone. Give me just a second. Okay. That's better. So Caterium wire is one we're actually using because it has a ridiculously high output. And we've got spare Caterium, so we are actually going to use that. Copper rotor, I believe, was the one we were using. Yes, because it has a more than double the output rate of the other recipes without going too crazy on screws. Copper alloy ingot. Oh, we can't get both that and steel screws. So we're not going to be using steel screws because we need this. Oh. Not steel rotor. Bolted frame, I think, was the other one. Let me just peek at the browser. Bolted frame, yes. Bolted frame. So I think that is now all the recipes we need, because I've already picked up some of them. And I don't think I have any other hard drives at the moment on me. No, I don't. So we've got what we've got. All right. So. Okay, they're following me. And now they're not following me. Okay, good. So we actually have four animal bits. 4 iron nodes here, and we need 2 of them. So I'll be using these 2 to begin with. But later on we might scale up the factory, but because we're using the alloy and because of the throughput we're using and the Caterium wire, we don't actually need more than 2, I don't think. And up here, this is the Caterium. And where's that copper node gone? It's around here somewhere. Ah, right there. So there's the copper. So we need to bring the iron and the copper together because they'll all go into foundries. I want... I'm trying to think of a factory layout that sort of fits the terrain a bit. Dilo! Hello, hello! How you going? Because basically I'm going to build the factory around here and out in this direction. But where I can, I like to leave trees standing, but that tree, maybe we'll leave it on the periphery of the factory and we build the factory this side of it. So, right at the beginning, I showed that we've got 1, 2, 3 places where we put time-lapse cameras. So I will delete that platform because otherwise it's going to show up in some of the other time-lapse camera shots. And I will need to set the time of day so we don't get a time shift. So, wrong button. not that button. Not that button. That button. So what's a good time of day to get good lighting here? It's a bit of shade there. Maybe 10 AM. How's that look? I might want to get a different perspective. I'm not going to teleport to the time-lapse cameras because that was causing locomotion problems before. So I'll just shimmy up this tower here and have a look from there and see how it looks. And if I'm not using it, I might delete. I think that's the one the camera is on, so I'll delete those two. Okay, so time of day. Actually, if I pull that off to the side of me, yeah, it's basing it on control position. That's annoying. Oh yes, so I hold my controller sideways and it'll open to the side. I mean, that lighting is reasonable. It's a bit dark earlier on, so there's 10. Actually, about there's less shadow in the up against the cliffs. So maybe we go for a midday build. Yeah, let's go for that. And we paused, so this will keep our lighting here the entire time, so the time lapses will be a bit consistent. Hello, I am very good, thanks. Just off a 12-hour shift, so about bedtime. No problem. Just want to stop by and say hi. Have a great stream. We'll catch the VOD. Thanks very much. Catch you later. So, time is frozen. Now we start the stop motion. Mind Jive, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. So we've got 3 cameras here. So now I accidentally deleted one before. This button has no confirmation on it. So start, start, start. So these take a screenshot every 5 seconds from those different platforms, and this one here has a bit of the platform in it, so I'm going to have to delete. Oh, was it that one or the other one? That might have been the up high one. How the heck am I going to delete that? That's a long way away. I could teleport up there, but that's probably going to stuff my movement up. Probably still the easiest way to do it though. Because yeah, otherwise we're going to have a bit of corner sticking up there the whole time. So cross fingers, let's see if this stuffs my movement up. So here I am. Whoop, and I've fallen already. Nope. Okay, delete. Where is it? Where is it? Delete. I don't know why the parachute is doing weird angles like that. It is very odd. It really does block the view. Wonder if something's going on with my player model. I need to make them a water slide so the doggos. Wow, the parachute is going to keep doing that weird thing in front of me. Okay. So let's land and see if I can move normally. No, see, I'm sliding everywhere. This is a bug. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'll stop these. I will save the game. Don't really need such a long title. Oh well. that didn't save. Okay, and now I reload. I might need to reset my whole UVR profile at some stage.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
We've got an ad break already. So it's probably a good idea to take a break now before we start building. Ooh, excuse me. So yeah, I'm going to run the ads now, and we're going to pause for 3 minutes while the ads are running. I'm going to go feed the cats, and then we'll come back and start the build. So thank you very much for watching. We've got our doggos to the water park. Oh, one of them's going into the water. Nope. Bean's going surfing. Yeah, I'll be back after I feed the cats and have the ad break, and then we can start on the build. Be right back.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we should be back. Almost back. I'm still on the BRB screen. I have just loaded Satisfactory Logistics in my Quest browser, which means I can look up the plan in my headset while we're building, which will be really useful. Means I don't have to switch to the browser on stream every single time. It's a bit pokey screen, but thanks Russ. Right. We've just reloaded. We need to start those cameras going again. So let's check the time of day. Yes, we want to go back to midday. And we'll pause time. That's because we're running time-lapse cameras, and that way the time-lapse cameras are consistent lighting throughout. There'll be some other things that will vary a bit. So here's our 3 cameras. So 1, 2, 3. So they will take a screenshot every 5 seconds from different angles. Hopefully I'll get some nice footage out of it that I can stick in a YouTube summary video eventually when I get around to editing all this stuff. Okay, right. How much concrete do I have? Hey, they're going for swims! Look, there's a doggo in the pool! Okay, I'm going to go pick up... yeah, I might need more concrete than that. And I might need some more steel beams, so I should have done that before starting the recording. Oh well. I mean, we do have stuff in the depot, but the depot is still not very upgraded, so... Oops. So it's going to be limited quantities of stuff in the depot. So just pop out, grab some more concrete. That's cool. I like that's actually working. I mean, obviously they're not swimming, they're just pathing around randomly, but... Okay, this is a little quickie upgraded concrete output that I had set up going with Mark II miners. Still got cables running through the middle of things. Yeah, let's pop over and grab some steel beams. Not that I need a lot of steel beams. I suppose for Mark III belts is what we need beams for. There's our very roughshod steel factory that we'll probably tear down and rebuild. And I've just filled my inventory with that junk, so... don't actually need lots of stators at the moment, doggos. I need more cable than that, but I'm going to have to rely on depot cables, so let's chuck that out, because one cable's not going to do squat. I really don't think I'm going to need that many beams. And I really should get rid of this nuke that's taking up inventory space, and wood. See, I'm really organised. Missed the ladder. Oh, we should put the ladder on the other side. So kind of there, actually it's up above that we're building the factory. Although we could build it out this way and do a lower level in the crater if we run out of room. Okay. Actually, there's junk in here. Let's just chuck more junk in here. Oh, good. That's where the other nuke was. Oh, it's space. Okay, let's go. So I'm thinking like this might be in a courtyard in the factory, so the main factory will be over this side. We've got, and if we follow the line of the factory that way and then build out that way, I think that's what we'll go with. So let's start. Might be better to... No, actually, I might leave that up higher and use this as kind of a base height. It doesn't really matter that that's higher. It might actually be a feature if it's higher than the rest of what we're building. That's the wrong angle, though. So we hold down the upper button here to go and rotate, and then we hold down grip to go into granular mode. It's still hard to see from this angle. That's kind of good, I think. Let's try a zoop. I think that'll work as a base, and then we'll build out forwards. It's not going to line up with the edge of the cliff there, but this will do. So I'm going to start with the foundries. We need 2 foundries for copper and about 4 foundries for iron. And so obviously that's 6 total. Do we want to put them just in one line, or do we want to space them out? I might actually just put them in one line. So if I go, actually I don't have them in the quick menu. So I'm going to leave a bit of space. We're not going to fit 6 in a row across here though, so maybe we do need to double up. Probably more space efficient to double up. So if we put the 2 inputs in the middle, so the inputs will be a manifold back to back. I might manifold it underneath. Now, if I put that there and there, I don't know if I'm going to have space underneath for a manifold here. Yeah, actually that'll fit. We can make that fit. What we can do is we can actually change these ones to be 1 meter. And that way we've got a bit more room for logistics underneath. But I realized I didn't line them up properly, so this one actually maybe I'll give them a bit of space. Because the other thing I want to avoid is having machines all crushed up against each other with maximum space efficiency. It's not very realistic. Or if it is, it's done as a blueprint where something is super maximized space-wise. But if you've got a la carte machines just lying around, then they probably will have some space between them so that people can get through and do maintenance on them and stuff. So those will be our iron production. And over here, will be our copper production. See, on other saves, I make a blueprint of a clump of 6 of these, and then I use basically I mix iron and copper together. So because you use iron plus copper to make copper and iron plus copper to make iron, you can have the inputs the same and then just change the recipe for what you need. And if the output all gets merged, then you use smart splitters to then split off the iron and copper bars as the output. But that involves smart splitters and sinks for overflow and various other complications like that. Otherwise it can get jammed up. So I'm not going to bother with that. This is still a fairly simple factory, even though we're using a bunch of alt recipes. I'm just using Mark 3s here, which is overkill for our inputs. Let's have a look at the recipes. So we've only got 50 and 50 in, so a Mark 2 would still let you overclock to 200% if you needed to, and it would be fine. I'm not planning on overclocking at the moment, so Mark 3s are overkill, but Mark 2 belts are made out of reinforced plates, which are a pain in the butt to make. And Mark 3 is made out of steel beams, which are easy to make in abundance. So Mark 3 is usually my default go-to. Okay. So now we can feed iron in from one side. Actually, what's my throughput? Do I need separate lines of iron? No, we got 163 raw iron total coming through. And we've got Mark 3 belts. Actually, sorry, 223 total. That'll still fit on a Mark 3 belt. So we actually only need 1 belt of iron coming through. We don't need to bother having separate runs. So let's put some splitters along here. So let's go copper here. I mean, if we do a standard manifold like this, basically we'd put, oh, we can snap to the bottom. We'd put the iron down here like this. Actually, no, the other way. We'd put it down at that height and have the height here. But another thing I could do is I could have the iron along here. I kind of like that. Oops. Just using 1 meter here because it means we can have the logistics kind of inset a bit. So we'd have the iron coming down this side. Helps if it's lined up. but also have the iron coming down the other side as well. Nope, not there. Okay, so now we need a ton of lifts. Trees getting in the way. Let me cut this tree down. I mean, I'm all for preserving trees, but not really underneath the factory. Oops, it's one detonator. Put that detonator away. Okay, so that's the main manifold done. Now we just need to provide iron and copper and also power. Chimelo153. Ah, a spammer. Hello. Are you Azuren? Do you have the band stick there? I need some portable miners, and I'm going to need 8 of them total, I think, because 4 miner Mark IIs. By the way, Azurin, I can't hear you say anything if you were saying anything. You are not saying anything. That's why I can't hear you. Oh, damn it. It's not lined up. See, these rotate in 10-degree notches, so if you are unlucky, it's going to be 5 degrees out no matter what you do. The way around it is to build your factory to line up with the miners, or embrace the angles and just go with a diagonal. And maybe I'll do that at the foundational level. So once you've put your miner in place, you can get a foundation perfectly lined up with it by using a road barrier. And then you hold down snap, which on VR is the bottom left button. and then it will snap a road barrier to the very middle of the miner. And same on flat screen, I think it's control for snap. Then you can put in a foundation against this. Trying to get the bottom edge. You used to fiddle around with platforms and such to get it in the right place, but now you can just nudge it into the right place. That's about the center point. Actually, that'll do. So now when you have a conveyor coming out of the front of the miner, it will be perfectly lined up with this platform. And then I'm going to be lazy and use curve mode, because curve mode makes everything look cool. I might come back later and make it more angular and such, but like that just works and it's easy. Adam223, hello, welcome. Yes, you can play it in VR. That's using a mod. I am the... Did I get that to be the perfect height? Wow. That was unplanned. Yes, I am playing Satisfactory in VR. It's using a mod. I am the mod author. So I was working on it for quite a long time, since before 1.0 came out. But it is a complete conversion to VR with complete VR controls and everything. It does use UEVR, which is a tool that helps enable VR mode for Unreal Engine games. But then there's a game mod on top of that that does full custom controls and user interfaces for VR. Do I want to keep it that height, or do I want to go one lower? One lower would be neater, maybe, but actually having it this height would be better for that mine space over there if we ever use that. Have you made it public? Yes, I have. You're on YouTube. If you look at the description in the YouTube video, there's a link to the mod there and some guides on how to install it and how to get started using it. I am running an alpha build that has a few features that the current release hasn't yet got, although I'll be doing an updated release soon, most likely. But most of the core functionality is in the current public release. And the alpha release is available to everyone as well. If anyone wants to try it, you just need to manually select the alpha build from within Satisfactory Mod Manager. No problem. Hope you enjoy it. Now, Mark II miners. Where are we going to take the ore? Are we going to take it around the back? It's a bit tight. I could take it over. Actually, maybe if I extend this 1 meter out this way, I could bring it from there. And I can do nice frames later on to support it. So the foundation is pretty much just a guide to follow at the moment. Okay. Let's cover this one up a bit more as well. That is a little height. See, this one's lined up. There's no 5 degree off, so that's good. This one will actually line up with the rest of the factory. Hang on. It was lined up that way, wasn't it? Or is my eyesight bad? Maybe my eyesight's bad. Because that is not lined up. Damn it. Thought I had it right. Let's check if this one is also similarly 5-degree challenged. Assuming it is, surely they would put ones that are this close together. Yeah, it is. Okay, so I'm going to redo this foundation and line it up with the miner like I did with the copper one. That is pretty high up. So again, you hold down snap, snap a barrier to the front, put your foundation on there, and then nudge into place. And you have it perfectly lined up with your miner. I think I had it a little forward on the other one. This one we should probably try and keep at the same 90-degree angle to that one. So I'll start with a foundation that's running this way. But then I'll reposition it to be perfectly lined up. Which is still going to be different to that one. And this is going to be interesting. Yeah, let's work with it. Let's see what we come up with. Nope. I mean, these are easy to rebuild later if I need to. I just need to reconnect up new conveyors. Now, the problem with that is these are going to output pretty much to the same spot. Unless I use curves. Oh, I can't put a lift directly on there like that. That's annoying. That's, oops, missed. Let's try a space between them. So if we have a lift down there. Okay, this is going to be, is that, I think that's about the right height. Not terrible. And that's embedded in the wall. Okay, I dodged the rock at the top, but not the rock at the bottom. And that's a little bit wibbly. Okay, so let's Move that to there. Okay, that's not terrible as is. The problem is that we don't want it going above. We want it to actually stop a little below. Hello, Billsy building again. Hi, Frack. Yes, I'm actually building a factory. I am building a new basics factory, so it's going to be making a whole pile of low tier stuff that'll become basically our supply of parts for all our building going forwards. So rods, plates, cable, that kind of stuff. But we're doing it with a whole pile of alternate recipes to try and make a compact build with decent throughput. Okay, how am I going to do this? Because I want us to run along here. I don't want it to go through here. So I need a lift that is in place. I think the easiest way would be to have a roof-mounted bracket. Have I actually unlocked those yet? Yes, I have. So theoretically, if I put that there, let's confidently put one next to it. I don't think I can snap. Oh, it is going to snap on it. Okay, but it wants to snap to the other one first. And now on the wrong side. Let's get rid of that. So that should be at the same position as the other one. The holes, but now it is running up. Nice. So we can put a nice frame around it later on so it looks a bit more supported. This is more just guidelines at the moment. Again, I promise we're going to do some proper architecture for this factory eventually. But at the moment it's a clean and functional build first. Because once this is up, we will have all the building materials we need. So now we can run this along here. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Don't you have to connect the belts again? No, it actually snapped on the bottom. There was a little tick when it snapped on, so they should be snapped on because they're in the right position. We'll find out when we fire them up, but I did hear the tick saying it was actually connected. So I think we're going to be fine. Okay, I think I'm just going to bring them down either side here. I can probably come all the way. Let's bring it to there. And then I did say we could merge these all onto one, but because we have two of them, we might as well keep them separately because we're actually putting them into separate belts on the manifold. So this one, yeah, that should be enough room. Because we have foundries above. So the middle line is copper coming in this way, and then we have iron going the other way, and it's all feeding up into the foundries above. The other thing I like to do with factories is I like them to actually work while I'm building them. So I tend to build from the raw resources onwards, and I'm not a build the whole thing and pull the lever cronk kind of builder. I tend to prefer testing things as I go and sorting out the production issues as I go. So let's just, again, temporary, may never move it, but let's call it temporary. Let's stick a power tower over here. I'll do Nita power later, just chucking stuff down at the moment. Good evening, Morn. Morning there. Have almost 100 hours clocked in VR now. Awesome, awesome. Remind me, were you new to Satisfactory in VR, or are you a long-time Satisfactory player who's just starting in VR? Because I do know some people who have only played Satisfactory in VR. It was their first exposure to Satisfactory, which is pretty awesome. No, not there. Yeah. I'll just run power on the outside. Had about 400 to 500 as regular Satisfactory. Cool, cool. So you've come through as a veteran Satisfactory player and now playing in VR. That's awesome. Power down here I might do neatly now. Or neatly-ish. I'm wondering if I might not have left enough space on this side of the tree. But we'll figure that out later. So Morn, did you start a new game in VR, or are you continuing an existing game in VR? Oh, I keep pressing the wrong button there. You'd think I'd know how to do it by now. And we were in the... Because we're in the early game, there's no hover pack here, so it's all jumping around like an idiot, trying to find line of sight. Used to play 3D Vision mod. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's a shame the 3D Vision stopped being supported. Being able to just play 3D in almost every game was amazing. And then VR came along, but the 3D Vision stopped, so... Okay, there's a ladder here. Okay, started a new game. Awesome. Yeah, this is my... I keep pressing the wrong button. This is my first new playthrough in VR. I've been working on this mod since the start of 2024, but I've always been testing with existing games. So I've finally got the mod to the point where it's like, this is good enough for me to do a new playthrough from the beginning in VR and stream it. Yeah, overshot. And my intent was to edit these live streams down to shorter YouTube videos. And I've started to do that with the first section. That's a lot of footage. It is really time consuming. And I'm still trying to figure out that balance of how much do I spam people with you know, how cut down do I make the YouTube video versions? Okay. There we have a tidier power solution. Now, we didn't actually pick any recipe here, so we are making iron on these 4. And the copper's already going in, good. And these are making copper. We haven't actually made output manifolds yet. We're just, as I said, I like to get things working step by step, so I know each of the phases is working independently. No power. Ah, I missed a cable. This one, did I miss a cable here? No. Oh, yes, I did. You love the easy injector you recommended. Yeah, cool. Yes, yes. That's a fairly new thing, and it was a little rough when they first set up the profile. They didn't quite have the settings right, but I need to update. I did need to do an updated install guide that talks about the easy injector, because it is easier than just using the default, that's for sure. Okay, copper is flowing. Do we have all the belts? So we should see, okay, copper is coming in here, but not iron. I think I've missed some conveyors underneath. Okay, we're not getting any iron. Ah, I didn't connect these up to power? Yes, I did. And who said that we need to rebuild these belts? Because you win a prize. Despite the snapping noise, these belts did not connect. That was Adam. I thought I heard a snapping noise, but maybe I did not. Woo. Ooh. Actually, default doesn't look too bad on that belt. You knew it. I'm sorry, I just didn't believe you. I could have swore I heard the tick saying it was connected. Hope the VR mod gets more popular. So much better than playing screen. I can't go back to flat. I find it very hard to play flat now. It's great that you can get the VODs on YouTube now. This gives me more time to catch up on the streams I missed. Cool. I mean, the videos are on Twitch. You can go back and watch the VODs on Twitch as well. Although the YouTube ones are probably a little higher quality, because YouTube lets me upload with a higher bitrate and HEVC. So the YouTube, I think the picture quality is probably a little better. Okay, I can hear these whirring. So we're now making copper ingots at ridiculous rates. See, 100 a minute. How many smelters would it take to do 200 a minute of copper? I mean, smelters are smaller. I know you can fit 2 smelters in the footprint of a foundry, but as I mentioned before, I'm prejudiced against smelters. Okay, now let me. I think because the Caterium node is there, we'll do the Caterium stuff there. So the basic iron stuff is going to be this side. What did we need copper for? Let me just check. Copper we need for copper sheets. So the is that all? That's all. Okay. So we can probably, and the copper sheets are needed for the AI limiters. Okay, that's good. So the copper we will output this way, and the iron we will output this way, and that should line up with what things we are making. Now I'm tempted to just leave the lower part empty in case we need to run trucks or trains through there. So that could just stay as a road, I think. And I realise I probably want to build where that power tower is. Yeah, I think I might build it more this way. I might just run little poles for now. Have you ever played Factorio? I have not played Factorio. One of the things I love about Satisfactory is the first-person perspective. And Factorio, by its nature, is a top-down game. So while it is both they're both factory games, I really haven't had much urge to try out Factorio. And because of that, I haven't had the interest to spend full price on it, and they seem to be insistent on it never going on sale. So I understand Factorio is very popular. But I have not played it myself. I did start playing the original Shapes on my phone while I was on holiday, though. That was interesting. On an aeroplane, it was a little cramped. Okay. Now the output of these are 75, that one's 100. So we're still well within a Mark III. So a Mark III here is going to be fine for output throughput. Combined output, let me check the max throughput. 118, 157 and 30 for iron. We got screws on the horizon. Where am I going to build the screws? I see. Was able to renew my Prime sub. Yeah, go Morn. Yeah, one day I might play Factorio, but I play most things in VR, and I find it actually harder to go back and play flat games now. Okay, so width-wise, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 across here. We could go 5, but then we're going to run into that tree, which we could chop down, but I'd like to preserve it if we can. Factorio was my gem into automation games. Great memories. Cool. Yeah, I know it's hugely popular from the factory building angle. I just fell in love with the world of Satisfactory. You know what? I'm going to build some walkways. No, not that walkway. That's going to hit the rocks there. Great. Temporary. Just allows it to get under here and access this stuff. Oh, I should have made these 1 meter before. actually, if I put them overlapping here, I could squeeze the mergers in here. It's going to be very squeezed though. Because I do like the thicker foundations on the outer side. I mean, we could do halves, but that's a bit ridiculous. Oops, that was not where I wanted to put that. So now I can build them closer. I think the pollution system and base defense in Factory is great. I also miss it a little in Satisfactory. Yeah, fair enough. Those elements are interesting. I have picked up Rift Breaker, which is like an RTS plus third-person action game and base defense all in one. So I'm interested to give that a go sometime. Nope, too far. No, stop nudging. Okay, now the iron on the other side, how are we going to get that around here? Actually, I might not need the iron on the other side quite yet. It depends what we're building first. Because this is outputting 150 iron just from these two. Because I think they're 75 each. Yeah, they're 75 each. And 150 iron is not quite enough to make the iron plates and rods. So we do need the iron from the other side as well. But most of the other half of the iron goes towards cast screws, which I might build on the other side. Justice Guy, hey, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, good afternoon. Star Rupture, I played in the preview, and Star Rupture looked excellent. I really enjoyed Star Rupture. And it's simpler factory stuff than Satisfactory, but it does have that base defense element and a bit more combat, and it is a really beautiful game. I would love to do a VR mod for that, but we'll see how we go.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
We've been doing this an hour. Shelter. The build for an hour. Okay. Actually, if we've got an ad break coming, I'm going to sit here and I'll switch back to the browser to show people the plan of what we're working on, because people might have missed it at the start. So let me swap to that. Okay, and I'll take my headset off. And I'll show you what... Oh, dropping my controllers. Okay, so this is the plan of the factory we're making. Because of the location, we have Caterium ore. So, as well as the normal basics, we're also going to be making quick wire and AI limiters in this factory. And because we don't need that much Caterium, I'm using Caterium wire because Caterium wire has an output of 120 a minute per constructor. So this means I can get away with just 2 constructors, whereas if I went with iron wire, that's only 22.5 per minute, or the copper wire is 30 per minute. So Caterium wire is a much higher output, and because we've got the Caterium, I'm working on like a smaller build with high throughput rather than not necessarily the most efficient resource-wise. So I think next I want to make the plates and stitch plates. And we could possibly do the rods at the same time. So next up we'd be doing like a row of 6 constructors for plates and 2 constructors for rods. And then I'd probably do the stitched iron plates on the floor above. They also need... what do they need? What do they need? Ah, they need wire. Okay, so we do need to start on the Caterium side of things sooner rather than later as well. But I think I will build this stuff next. Then I can plan to where these assemblers are going to go. Maybe I'll do all this on one floor. Yeah. And then I can build the other stuff on a next level up. Maybe. We'll see how we go. But we'll start here and then we'll build out from there. Okay, and hopefully I'm on the right scene for browser. Yes, you did actually see what I'm talking about. Ad break is about to hit. We'll be back in 3 minutes to continue on with the build. Thank you for watching.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, and we are back. Now we're making 5 1/4 constructors of plates. 1, 2, 3, 4. We really need 5 across if we're going to do a double row of constructors. See, I'd like to leave like a mezzanine donut in the middle. I'd like to have a space in the middle here, so I'm kind of doing around the outside edges at the moment with a little courtyard in the middle. So that's why I'm not building too far this way. So, sorry tree, I think we're going to build on top of you. Although depending on how far we go, we might not need to go out that far, and we could actually curve that corner so it's not chopping into the tree as much. So, am I on the right stream? Yes, things are smooth on Twitch and YouTube by the looks, and my mic is not muted. Hooray! So, if we're doing a spacious build, I would leave a half slab gap between constructors, which means 5. We're doing 3 of these, so 1, 2, 3, then a bigger gap for the 2 making rods at the end. I think that's fine. I think we've got enough space for that. So the middle is here, and if we line up the first one, you know, I'm tempted to merge the outputs. I have a tendency to sushi, and if you merge the outputs, you can then split them off into other things later on. So I think for this side of things, I'm going to put them like this. See, if you put a constructor right next to each other, these arms in the middle like whack into each other. So yes, it's space efficient and gameplay wise, but I'm just trying to be a little more realistic here. I think I'll still go with the under platform logistics. Yeah, let's do it like that. And we could actually just put the merged outputs on top so you can see the products, maybe? I don't know. I'm kind of torn between getting too fancy at this stage versus just practical and get it semi-neat and finished. Good point about spacing the constructors. The arms clipping always bothered me. Yeah, like my first playthrough, I remember I used to have constructors up against walls, and you'd have these arms clipping into them there. So because I'm going for more efficient, less machines, I think I can space them out a bit better and go with that more as a design aesthetic. Because it means I'm using some different alt recipes than what I'd usually use as well. And I've just realized I probably want these as 1 meter if I want to keep up with the logistics thing I was doing before. Yep, let's do it. Maybe not that far. Now I'll leave a bigger gap between the iron and the rods. I think just a little bit bigger. It doesn't need to be hugely separate. And these over here were on the 2 meter one as well, so that should be far enough. These are all iron inputs, so it's just iron all the way down. It should be simple enough to do. I should really set the recipe before I clone the machines, because now I have to go through and manually set all of them. Should have thought of that before. Unfortunately, there's no easy cut and paste in VR. I ran out of buttons. Okay, I might keep this in an above manifold. There's no point coming up manifolding this and going down again.
Just resubscribed to the channel.
Oh, thanks for the subscription, Morn12.
Support, Morn12.
Thank you. Yeah, do I want to put this above or not? Just thinking, because these will go to the assemblers, so we could run them past the assemblers. It's the old dilemma of, do you like to see the belts with all the stuff on them, or do you like the neat and tidy? I think we've started with the neat and tidy, so how about we just keep going with the neat and tidy, which means these will need to be 1 meter. And the ones underneath probably do too. Again, I'm just using Mark IIIs for pretty much everything here. We have steel beams in abundance, so Mark III is a cheap and easy default with a high throughput. There are some situations where I would specifically use a slower belt for different reasons, but at the moment I can always go down and downgrade them if I want to make them closer to what the actual throughput is. And the actual throughput is only 30 a minute, which is not much. So yeah, Mark 1s would be plenty along here. So how are we going to get this iron from the other side? Let's run this iron first, because that's easier. Let's extend this walkway. Oops. Okay, so splitters along here. Can I snap? Let's copy. No, let's just copy this and change it to... I want to put one right here so I can go straight along here. Although doing it along here is probably fine. Oops. Next factory after this will probably start using blueprints. So this might be the last one we hand build everything. Probably could unlock the blueprint maker now, but this is also letting me kind of experiment with some design ideas to see how I might want to build the rest of the factory as well. Don't. Thank you. Okay, so that steel, I mean, we could just grab this here for now on straight mode through there, but we do need to get the extra steel merged into this line so we can get our full capacity of steel going. That was the right one. It's all connected along there. Okay, so we do need to get iron over here. So we might have another splitter there, but we'll see how we're going to get that other iron over here as well. And we have no power yet. So I'm going to just merge these together. I think I've unlocked smart splitters. Yes, I have, because I've used the smart splitters over in the steel factory. So I can just sushi these together. Because the high put of the output products is not massive, except for screws. Screws can have their own belts. But everything else can kind of all share a belt. At least the lower throughput items. Come on, snap. Thank you. Nope. Thank you. And belts. Done. Okay, so we need to deal with the other iron from the other side. I might just bring it under here. We haven't actually built the output, apparently. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I'm pedantic and I actually rotate the holes so that the arrows line up. Makes absolutely no difference, nor is there any actual visual appearance, I don't think. Once you actually stick the lift on it, it's just an OCD thing. Nope. I wonder if I could make the rotation sticky. So if you pause on something, then if it changes just as you release, it ignores the change. Because it's often it's like you get it and you hold it and you go, that's right, and then you release and you move your hand and it snaps to a different angle. I'm wondering if I can improve that. Okay, we need to go downstairs and connect these up. Pardon me. So we're going to copy a merger. No, that's not a merger. There we go. And just these front ones. Get out of the way, bush. Yeah, falling down a hole. So the total iron here is 75 times 4, which is 300, which is actually more than a Mark III belt. Some of it is going to be needed for, let me just check the browser. Some of the iron is used for the screws. So 118 is going to screws. So some of this will need to divert to wherever we do the screws, which might be on the other side. At the moment, I'm just going to connect them because it doesn't matter. Like when we don't need the full 300 until we get the screws online, and by then we'll have figured out the screw logistics. So at the moment, let's just... I think what I'll do is just, if I line it up with this one here, is that close enough? No, I don't think it is. That's too close. Too close. Okay. And then if we go with a... fell down. Fine, I'll do it from the bushes. I think that's enough room to fit a stubby lift in. This is going to go smack into our walkway. See, we could always come back and upgrade this to a Mark IV when we unlock Mark IV builds, which isn't too far away, really. It's just advanced steel. Come on. This angle sucks. There, now we go lift from there to there, and it'll snap into a stubby lift. And then we can go lift from here if we go to the right place. And that will snap into a stubby lift once I rotate it like that. So we've got iron coming along here, iron is going through there. Actually, it's not completely blocking my walkway. That's not too bad, that's maintainable. So now we have the iron merging into here. We need to split it to get it to the other side. This is outputs, so we can just do a line. Let's do it through here. Unfortunately, the time-lapse cameras I set up probably aren't going to catch much of this underneath messing around I'm doing. Now I'm snapping this to the roof, not to the belt, because I tend to have problems. Well, for a start, when you snap it to the belt, it doesn't always get in the right exact place. So I need to put that there and then rebuild the belt. So yeah, this little bit of belt here is going to be over capacity. So if we just upgrade this to a Mark IV later, full throughput, not a problem. But for now, it is going to be capped. And so we're not going to get the full 300 through, but that's fine because we're not making screws over here. But we could make them a floor up, actually. Although then all of this side will be boring constructors. Okay, now we need power, and we put the power on the outside here. Kind of don't want to block this as a walkway, so I'm tempted to have this a little closer. No, I said copy the beam. That's power, beam. Fine, where's the beam? Okay, those similar power supports over this side, so it was that position. I think it was that position. And we can also have one that's like going across here like this. Okay. Now we can start wiring them up. That's a big jump. No, not there, thank you. Put that away. Oh, missed. It's like you can. If I do a sprint jump, I sail over it. This will be a sprint jump, maybe a parachute. No, that was no, missed. Oh, when do we unlock hover packs? Okay, love the beams to the power. Yes, I tend to fall back on this. I think it's quite a neat way of doing it. Actually, another way of doing it I've seen is to have like walls, like false walls, and then you put the actual connector wires inside the false walls. I need to try that at some stage, but I've kind of fallen back on my usual designs pattern for this factory at the moment. I think I just want this thing up and running. Because now you can run that from here. And you can just put connectors everywhere if you want. Actually, from there I can probably just go straight to there. It's just more interesting than the basic poles without hiding it. So another way you can do it is you can actually put the power underneath the floor. And so I do that sometimes, but this is a way where you can actually see this is an active factory. This is the power going to the different machines, and they're all online. Easy. Only most of the build left to go. I don't think I'm going to finish this build tonight. I think it's going to be a couple of sessions. And then we've got to do architecture. We're going to come back and put signs and everything on it. Okay, so... that tree might need to go, I think. So, actually, let me check. The next thing to build is stitched iron plates, which is 4 assemblers, but we need we need wire before we can do that, and we were going to use Caterium wire. So I think I'm going to head over to the other side. We need 4 smelters for the Caterium, and then 2 constructors for quick wire and 2 constructors for normal wire. Also been resting on the daisy chain mod for power connectors directly from machine to machine. Yeah, you can do that in a blueprint, the daisy chain stuff. You can actually do a blueprint with a power connector right near this connector, so it looks like it's part of it, and then do that to allow your daisy chain machines. I might try that later on when I've got blueprints. I'm trying to figure out if I want to keep this at the same height. I think I do. Like I was thinking maybe I could bring this floor up and then put the smelters underneath it, but I don't want to get too low to the ground in case I do need trucks and trains to come through here later on. Like a train line will fit, a station would not, I don't think. Yeah. So let's get this Caterium miner going. And I make the wild assumption that this isn't going to line up with my foundations. Yep, 5 degrees out that way, 5 degrees out that way. So I'll go with another angled approach, which is how I did that one. I might just stick to these foundations though, rather than doing the different angle on the foundations. If I go up in the floor though, I could leave that tree standing. So we're making smelters. There is a pure Caterium alt recipe later on, but that involves ugly refineries and water, and we haven't unlocked refineries yet. So we're just using the standard Caterium smelter recipe. So dodgy little smelters. One, two, three, 4, 5. So we've got 5 wide here. So we can put these, and these are skinny guys. These don't even take a full slab width. So I said 6, didn't I? Do I want to cram one in there? I kind of do. Let's see how terrible it looks. Am I annoyed at that proximity to the rock? I think that's okay. We're going to have to do a loop to get the Caterium down though, because this is the input for the Caterium. Maybe I need to invert them. Maybe I need to have the output. Yeah, I need to reverse them. So the inputs are going to feed in the middle, and then the outputs will be on the outside. That way the outputs can come this way and that way and merge in the middle without overrunning any other belts. And I use 2 meter foundations here. Maybe I should start with 1 meter as the base. I'm going to tuck these right under. $45 a minute. Okay, so if we did overclock these 200% later on, we would need more than a Mark 1. So I'm just going to stick to Mark 3s. Now, the output, though, is really low, isn't it? Let me interact, please. Thank you. No, there it is. Ah. Yeah, it's only 15 a minute output, so this is one place where, you know, a Mark 1 is plenty, even if we overclock later. If I overlap that, that's going to be 2 meters. Oh, how big did that come down here? Oh, good. That probably won't look too bad once there's an actual lift on there. As long as the ones over here are only 1 meter as well. I wonder how it determines it, if it's where I aim. I mean, actually, if I aim for there, lock it in place and nudge it in, it will definitely be 1 meter. Okay. We really should get this Caterium from here and send it underneath. So put it there, there's still enough of a walkway through there. This is, I think, going to pump out 160. So I have no idea if that's the right height. There it was. 120 here, so I do not have any power shards on me yet, and we do not have any power up here yet. Hello, Dorma. I think you're the first person I've ever seen play Satisfactory in VR before. Hello! Hello, Tabika. How's it going? I am the mod author of the Satisfactory VR mod. It has been out for a while, though. There have been people playing this mod for over a year. There are a couple of people who stream it. Croy VR used to stream it, but he's a multi VR streamer. You should check out his channel. He does a lot of variety VR stuff. Lycanscope VR has been doing a stream through of Satisfactory in VR lately, although I haven't seen him stream too much recently. Last I heard, he'd hurt his neck from probably in VR trying to hook up splitters and mergers. But Pobcac was also playing in VR, and Pobcac is a very well-known Satisfactory streamer, but I haven't seen him in a while as well, and I'm not sure why he's not playing recently, and I hope he's okay, because I haven't heard from him for a while. So there are a few of us. Tabika, are you a Satisfactory player or are you a VR player? Which direction do you come from? Because we have a lot of people who play Satisfactory because they're VR people who found the mod, not Satisfactory people who found the mod. So it's slowly skewing the other way. I'm seeing more and more people who are Satisfactory people go, hey, there's a VR mod and give it a go. And it's actually there's been over 2,000 downloads of the last version of the mod, which has been nice because it's been breaking some of the records we had previously. Yeah, that's enough room. Might need to blow up that tree. The little one, that is. I'm trying to keep that big one over there. This is dangerous at this position. Oh, perfect throw. Lovely. This is the input here, so this is where we need the splitter. Oops, let's use the thumb rotate. You play Satisfactory and want to play it in VR soon on the Vive Pro 2. Cool, cool. The Vive Pro 2 was a pretty decent resolution headset, wasn't it? Okay, let's change this walkway up a bit. I'm not convinced this height for the maintenance walkway is the right height, and I'm kind of just throwing it around as I need it. But I am quite liking it for getting around and doing these underneath bits. Nope. So over here we're going to merge the outputs. So let's go splitter and then swap to the merger. And rotate that around. How many people were involved in creating the mod? I am the primary creator of the mod. I've had some help with some people making some icons for it. And a couple of other people, like the modding community has given me a lot of tech support in just general Satisfactory modding over the time. I am still working on it. I have an update that I'm hoping to release in the next, maybe in the weekend. I'm trying to resist adding more features to it. So the Nobelisk throwing is a new feature that isn't in the main release yet. But I do try and keep it up to date with the Satisfactory updates. Most Satisfactory patches do not break it, but the major changes often do. But when there's a major change, they usually have things on the experimental branch. So like when 1.1 was coming out, the mod was broken for 1.1, but because I had the experimental branch, I could work on fixes. And by the time 1.1 was released, I had most of it sorted out. There were a couple of things that were still outstanding, but they were actually more on the new feature side rather than bug-breaking changes. So the release I released a few weeks after 1.1, and it was a pretty major update of the mod as well. So I'm always a little nervous when another big patch comes along. I mean, yes, that's kind of clipping, but it's hidden, so I think that's acceptable clipping there. Yeah, a little nervous each time they do a major release. But so far there hasn't been anything. Like 1.0 was the biggest break, because I've been working on this mod since update 8, and 1.0 broke something quite badly and took me a while to fix. But I had it ready by the time 1.0 came out. Okay, we have our smelly smelters online. We need power up here. And I need a shard to overclock that as well, because I think we wanted... I think what's 45 times 6? 90 times 3, 240? Yeah. Actually, let me just check my plan, which I've got in a browser in my headset. We need 3.6 smelters, so we only need 162 caterium ore per minute, and so we should underclock one of them to 60%. But we'll figure that out later. So power over here. I'm tempted to run this foundation. Nah, we need a half foundation there. But I can move this. Actually lining it up with that is probably going to look better. So let's stick this here. And it doesn't need to be as high as the other one, so I might actually drop that down lower. How's that height-wise? That's not too bad. Well, these are going to be a pain to get on top of and wire up. Oh, I can just do it from the lower bit. Okay. What's that hitting? Why is that hitting something? That was odd. Use any other mods when you play? I don't use any other gameplay mods, because part of the reason is this is my first new playthrough from the beginning with the mod. Even though I've been working on the mod for years, I've just been playing existing save games. So I wanted to do a fresh start, no other gameplay mods, and also because I'm streaming it, I want it to be kind of a demo of what the experience is like without other mods. So there's no use me having infinite nudge or anything like that, because I want to say, if you just have the VR mod, this is what the experience is like. I do have a couple of mods for helping me with streaming. So I have, I'm using Sky UI, I think it is, to change the time of day. And I'm using Fix-It Cam to take time lapses, which are going to fill my hard drive. So we've locked the time at a particular time of day, and there are actually 3 fixed position cameras that are taking time-lapse shots, because the intent is I will edit this later for YouTube, and do like a cut-down version of the video and add some extra overlays and effects and things like that. There is another mod that's good for VR though, which is train interiors, which gives a first-person perspective on trains with like a dashboard and that inside the train. It's pretty cool, and my mod works in compatibility, is compatible with that mod. So with that mod installed, you can actually ride around in trains from a first-person perspective in the cockpit. That's messy, but this pole is not going to be here. These poles will be replaced later on. And I missed a link there. The other mod I sometimes run with is Doggo hard hats, which gives hard hats to beans and doggos, which if they're in a factory environment is good for their safety. Some of them I don't think I picked a recipe for yet. Now, I did mention Infinite Nudge. Infinite Nudge does not work well with the VR mod because Infinite Nudge has a bunch of extra key presses and replaces the built-in game nudge with its own version. So it is unfortunately not compatible because I have rebound all the keys, so we would have to have a custom configuration for Infinite Nudge to work. But there are lots of other mods that do work. If it's something that adds new buildings, like if you're using there's a mod that gives alternative power sources like wind farms and things like that, that would work fine. Things that change recipes or give you different machines, they would work fine. So if it's just changing cosmetic stuff and like adding new machines and things, and it's not adding buttons, then they all work fine. Train interiors is compatible, yes, and it was not compatible. It was not fixed for 1.1 for a long time, so I haven't really talked about it much, and I haven't tested it since. But I have heard that Train Interiors is working for 1.1, and I believe there was someone on one stream who did say they had used it and it was working. Okay. So this is the Caterium. So let me check. Caterium is going to make quick wire and Caterium wire. The Caterium wire is mostly used for the stitched iron plates, and the quick wire is used for AI limiters. Just trying to figure out how I'm going to lay this out. I'm just about to start trying out trains, so I'll give it a shot. Cool. Yeah, let me know how it goes, because as I believe it has been fixed to work, and I believe it does still work with the VR mod. Because I don't think he's changed the mod much. It's just been a fix to work with 1.1, and it's a cosmetic mod, so I don't imagine there was a lot to fix. I'm trying to decide whether to keep this tree or blow it up. I think for the sake of the factory...
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I think for the sake of the factory, we're going to have to blow this tree up. I could build around it. It might give a better... a more interesting factory layout if I keep it. Where would I get the VR mod from? You can go to the Fix-It mod site. Justice Guy, no, what are you knowing to, Justice Guy? No to blowing up the tree? So yes, if you just search for Satisfactory VR, you'll probably find either the link to the mod or my YouTube videos. So I have a YouTube channel as well, and I'm streaming on YouTube currently as well. And that's where I have things like the mod setup videos and things like that. But if you just go to the... keep the trees. If you just go to the Satisfactory mod site, which I think is fixit.app off the top of my head, and you search for UEVR, then it will have it there. I mean, this is a boring little tree. I might knock that one over. Okay, let's go with a non-symmetrical factory then. Because I can make a diagonal across there. We needed 4 assemblers for the reinforced plates. I'm just trying to think how to lay them out with space. Because it makes sense to make the wire near the Caterium, because Caterium into wire and then wire everywhere else. I could do them lower down, but it's still going to encroach on the tree space. I'm trying to leave this middle bit open just to have a bit of a different aesthetic for the factories, to make donut factories. But I could have a bridge around, I guess. I could have probably moved the smelters down a little bit if I was going to get a bit asymmetrical. Okay, yes, you found it on *** at GitHub. Yeah, GitHub, you don't download it from GitHub, but all the information is there and the wiki is there on GitHub. So it will certainly tell you all the information you need on GitHub. And it will link to, it should link to the Fixit install app there as well. Okay. If we go higher, I don't want to run into the miner, but we could cover that kind of area. Ah, the voices in my head are back. Welcome back. How was dinner? Cake. Yum, now I'm hungry.
Look lively.
Oh,
it's
ad
time
break
to
is
do
here.
those stretches and hydrate.
I forgot to tell people. I'm going to take a break while the ad break is running. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes after the Twitch ads have finished. And I'm going to get a drink of water. Back soon. Okay, and we're back. There's sneaky ad breaks sneaking up on me. Okay. I was thinking this roof might be a little low, but they're smelters. Although, yeah, I think we've still got enough room for... Because if we're just putting constructors up above, we're not going to have too much logistics. And we'll do the similar thing with the 1 meter, 2 meter thing up there. So I need to be able to get up there, though. Yes, I am unmuted. And yes, the streams are running. This is good to know. So let's... It's nice when the gaps are actually 4 meters, so the stairs actually line up. Wow, there's a whole new perspective up here. So this bit over here, I might just do the constructors of wire, which are going to be churning out quite a lot of wire, because the Caterium is efficient in that way. I still need to figure out somewhere to make a buttload of screws. I'm still tempted to go steel screws, even though I don't have the alt recipe. Anyway, this is plenty of room for making the screw. Now, how wide do we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's enough for a twin row of machines with enough room for logistics, like we have with the other floors. Put that away. Let me copy a constructor. Now, let me just build one and have a look at these recipes. Caterium wire has 120 per minute output, which, if we merge them together, is still enough for a Mark III belt. So we can merge the outputs without a problem. And the other recipe is quick wire, which is 60, which is fine. Okay, so I think we can still merge the outputs, but I won't combine the outputs like I did over there because the throughputs are on the high side. So it might be better. I'm just trying to think of logistics where this stuff is going. The normal wire needs to go that way. But if I build a level across here with the assemblers for the plates, we could build... There's something that required not many assemblers. Let me have a look. We also need cable, but the cable is solely for making cable. The cable is not used by anything else. We need one assembler for AI limiters. Oh, we still need the copper sheets somewhere as well. Okay, so maybe this floor we just make constructors and we make copper sheets, Caterium wire and quick wire up here. And we still need to figure out where to fit a whole bunch of screws. But maybe that'll go on a floor above. Okay. Might be easier to make the copper sheets here first. So again, let me check. 6 constructors for copper sheets. This is insane. Neil Peart. Hi Neil, how's it going? Is that a rough reference? I assume you're not the real Neil Peart. Didn't he pass away? He was the drummer, wasn't he? So I said I was going to make the copper sheets first. So copper sheet recipe. That way, if I do that, I can clone the machines. I think I normally have them in... Am I going to be pedantic about spacing? Let me check the spacing I did over here. Okay, and then I had those at the back. Oh, okay. Right, got it. He did pass away, but is my real name. Oh, it is your real name. Wow. Okay. How often do I stream? I try and stream... Oh, Eli Chester, hello. I try and stream every week. The schedule does vary a bit. Sometimes it's this day, sometimes it's Saturday. I'm actually on holidays at the moment, and there's a chance I might stream today and tomorrow. Okay, the lineup for the first one was. So yes, usually this time of day on a Saturday and or a Friday. I'm in Australia on the west coast, so it is currently evening over here. It is nearly 8 p.m. here. So that's when I stream. I am using to answer... Whose question was it? Okay, Neil Pert asked about the headset as well. It is a Quest 3. I'm using a Quest 3. I'm using virtual desktop. If you're using Quest 3 for PCVR, I highly recommend virtual desktop for Quest. It is a paid software, but it is worth every penny because it is so much more reliable and effective than MetaLink, which is Meta's free offering, and it's better than Steam Link as well. So Steam Link and MetaLink are free options, but they don't work so great. And virtual desktop has been rock solid for me. And pretty much anyone you talk to agrees that virtual desktop is the most reliable. I only have a NVIDIA 3080, so performance is not great. But I've managed to wrangle enough settings where my eyes don't bleed from aliasing or anything like that. But if you want some suggestions or advice on performance and setup, I'm happy to share what I know and what I've heard from other people who play it. Actually, are these 1 meter? These are 2 meters. I should just use 1 meters and then put the 2 meters in later where I want them. It would be easier. Yeah, Satisfactory is not made for VR, so while Satisfactory is a very efficient game, it does, it's not up to the high standards of VR, which requires very high frame rate. So I'm trying to hit 60 frames a second. I'm using the virtual desktop's synchronous space warp, which means I see 120 frames a second in the headset. But I try and hit 60 so that the Twitch stream is close to frame rate.
Tay Beaker just followed you. Thanks for the follow, Tay Beaker, and welcome to the channel.
Thank you, Beaker. Thank you for the follow. I try and hit 60, but let's see what I've got at the moment. I'm a little under 60, so I'm at about 117 frames a second. So it is dropping the occasional frame, but I'm getting close to 60 for the stream. It does slow down as your factories get bigger. But yeah, this is a 3080. I'm running medium settings on virtual desktop. So it's about 2000p vertical res. I'm running with DLSS performance mode. DLSS 4, I have switched on DLSS 4 in the NVIDIA settings app because you get vastly better picture quality from DLSS 4 than the older versions. DLSS 4 is actually a little slower, so you do get a frame rate hit using DLSS 4, but the picture quality is just so much better when you're having to do upscaling. Do you know what bitrate your virtual desktop is streaming at? I think it's at 200. Hang on a minute, I'll check in a sec. Nope, not that button. Streaming. Yeah, I'm on 185 bitrate for virtual desktop. I'm using the HEVC codec, so I'm not using H.264. And because I don't have a 400 card, I'm not using AV1. But HEVC is sort of a nice middle ground of picture quality to bitrate. I mean, if I wasn't streaming, I'd probably put it on 90 FPS, so that way I'd get a solid 45 and the 90 would be smooth and I wouldn't get any dips. But given that I'm early game, the factories aren't too massive yet. We've got a bit of a coal and steel going on down there. This is the best compromise to try and get that smooth frame rate for Twitch. Okay, so we now have our copper sheet production set up. Can't remember what we needed it for, and we're clearing the tree. So the Justice guy wanted us to keep the trees alive. The trees have been saved. Actually, if I do the wire here, the wire can shoot straight across to do the sheets, the reinforced sheets. So I can probably just do it on this level, or do I want to get fancy and do it another sub-level? No, I'll do them on this level. So 6 for copper sheets. We wanted 2 for Caterium wire and 2 for normal wire. So let's do the normal wire first. We are using the Caterium wire alt recipe because it has a ridiculous output, which means we can get away with having 2 machines instead of 8 machines. So this playthrough, I'm trying to focus on space efficiency rather than resource efficiency, and that is in the wrong position. I don't tend to do massive builds anyway, and so there's not a huge reason to be 100% maximizing resources. So why not use a little bit of resources and just save some space to have more efficient production lines? It's a different type of efficiency. Okay, so that's normal wire, and then we have the Caterium wire, and the Caterium wire here will probably go up to the next level where we'll be making a trickle of AI limiters. Like the AI, everything in this factory is pretty much just for building. It's not for sending to another factory. So we're just going to make like a single assembler of AI limiters, and that'll be more than enough for all the smart splitters in the world that we want to make later on, especially when we fill a container full of them. And a little bit of quick wire as well. Okay, I didn't actually change the recipe on this, did I? Okay, so we're feeding in, so the power is on the output, on the outsides, so I need to run some power up and down here. Trying to remember my positioning. Yep, I can see where it was positioned. So it should be there. And there. And position there. Will it meet? Are they close enough to overlap? Yeah, okay, plenty. Looks great and seems to run well for your setup. Thanks. Yeah, I've tweaked it a lot to get it to an acceptable performance level. It probably looks better on stream than it does in the headset. It is a little grainy in the headset. But it's like up close, the detail is fantastic, but at distance, things in the distance are a little fuzzier in the headset than I would prefer. And I was thinking of getting a 5080, but I'm a little disappointed in the VRAM on the 5080, so I'm hoping that they make a 5080 Ti or 5080 Super soon. Give me a bit more time to save up money for it as well. Unfortunately, I cannot afford a 5090. Don't I get motion sickness from playing in VR for so long? None at all. I used to get a little bit of sickness when I first started, solely from smooth turn. So forwards, backwards, left, right movement, I've always been fine in VR, even when I first picked it up. Some people have problems with smooth locomotion to begin with, but the smooth turn used to throw off my balance. So if I was playing standing up, I'd feel like I was going to fall over. More of a problem was before VR, I had height vertigo. And I always thought, you know, lots of people are afraid of heights, and I thought I just had the same thing. But I have literal vertigo from heights. So if I was on an edge like this, I would feel like I was about to fall over and plummet. So if there was, in a game, a gap that wide, I would really struggle to get over it. Like sitting down, I could slowly edge over and then get across it. I'm going to fall down now. So I had literal vertigo in real life. And because VR, you can do whatever you want, every single game and environment had massive cliffs of doom. And so the thing I actually struggled the most when I started VR was heights. And as you can see, I am much better with heights now. And it has helped my vertigo in real life as well. I still get some vertigo from some heights, especially in real life, because there's still that kind of fear. Like I could not stand this close to an edge in real life, no way, no how, but it's probably more from, you know, safety fear rather than an actual imbalance issue. So VR has helped my vertigo, but motion sickness, or it's actually not motion sickness, it's the opposite. It's called simulator sickness. So I think motion sickness is when your body moves, but your brain thinks you're still, like you're in a car and the car is still, but it's moving. Whereas simulator sickness is the opposite, in that your body is still, but the environment and the world around you is in motion. And so it's actually the opposite of motion sickness, but it affects everyone differently, and some people have no problems at all. Like Pobcac, who's a regular Satisfactory streamer, he just got a Quest 3, jumped straight in. He had low frame rate, brilliant, cranking the graphics up to high. He had no motion sickness problems at all. And so I don't know why. Maybe like he's an older guy with glasses, so maybe his perception and him playing lots of video games helped him. Or maybe it's just the way his constitution is. But some people just jump straight in and have no problems. I have another friend who regularly plays VR. He has problems with this smooth back and forth motion, so he can't play a lot of games. In things like Walkabout Mini Golf, he'd be using teleport mode. So yes, takes a lot for me to feel uneasy or unwell in VR these days. Oops. And I love heights in Satisfactory, like hopping into a cannon and jetpacking around the world, or even just jumping off here and parachuting down. It's an amazing feeling. And everything is so huge and the world is so beautiful. Maybe not the Blue Crater. The Blue Crater is a bit low poly in places and a low texture. But most of the world is really beautiful. And the machines are massive and so detailed. Things like you can pull out a rebar gun and you can actually look what's on the other side of it. Like, have you ever seen that side of a rebar gun before? It's kind of there when you're in a normal mode, but in VR you can actually go, gee, what's underneath? Like, you can actually see these objects here go all the way through. There's actual detail inside there. And like some of the different clips for the rifle have different stuff on the other side. So it is amazing to see Satisfactory from this perspective. Now, I do often play for Satisfactory sitting down. I'm currently sitting on a stool, although most of tonight's session I have been standing up. So it works both standing up or sitting down. If people do have like motion sickness, then sitting down would probably help with some of that, because you feel more grounded. Okay, I think everything's wired up here. I actually get more motion sickness from flat screen gaming now. I find the narrow viewpoint on a monitor to be really constricting, because I'm in VR, I can see all around me. I have more periphery vision here than I do on a flat screen, so I actually find I get motion side effects from playing flat now. Like No Man's Sky, I find it really hard to play No Man's Sky on a flat screen, because I'm so used to being in the world and the world being all around me where I can see everything. Okay, they have power, but we haven't actually chucked any copper through here yet. So it's copper for these and Caterium for the last four. So our copper, we haven't actually routed anywhere yet. So we need to get under here and we need to bring our copper up and along here. I'm trying to remember which was the input. I think the input was on the output. Yep, outside. So yeah, I've played Satisfactory. I've streamed Satisfactory in VR for like 8 hours straight and not a single problem, other than being overly excitable and not being able to sleep afterwards. But oh, no, those are inputs, so I guess we can leave that there, but these will be Caterium. I think that's lined up. So yes, I am wide awake afterwards. Now my mind is just buzzing about factories. And about, you know, talking to people and showing them things and... That's there. Okay, so need some lifts. I'm also used to the VR controls more than the flat controls now, though, as well. Plus, being able to point, like, you know, when you're playing flat screen mode, your camera and your aim are the same thing. Which, you know, everybody who's played computers and first-person shooters and stuff, that's normal. But in Satisfactory, I can look over there and I can aim wherever I want, completely independently. And it really helps with the perspective. And I think that's why flat gaming can sort of like throw me off a bit, is because the camera is constantly moving to where I'm aiming. I can't aim separately. And so there's actually more camera movement in a flat game than in VR. Because the VR, I might move my head around a lot, and I apologize if I do that because I know it's not the greatest viewing thing, but that's where my head is going. So, you know, it's natural. It's natural from my perspective anyway, because that's where I'm looking around. Plus, you know, everything's in 3D. It's not flat. You can actually see perspective, and it kind of helps you line things up like that a little bit more. Not that I get it right every single time, but... This is a little bit more sensitive because the trigger on the controller is much bigger than a mouse button. So I do find that I use lock a lot more when aiming. But I don't feel I'm any slower in VR than a keyboard player. Like, the one thing that's slower is picking the build items. On a keyboard, I would have numbers 1 to 10 or 1 to 0, and I could instantly pick these. Whereas here, it's a bit slower because I have to go menu, not wrong, no menu. I have to go menu, move hand around. So it's a little slower than just hitting a number on a keyboard. But other than that, I feel I'm as fast and as efficient building in VR than someone who's playing with keyboard. Excluding speedrunners. Like, speedrunners are crazy. Right, this is the input, and we need copper coming in. Do not delete the miner. We need copper in both sides, so we'll bring the copper up somewhere here and then split it along here. But we need to go under to find the copper. I might just run this along here. This is the copper output. It doesn't even connect to anything at the moment. Hang on. Are we missing... Oh, no. They're foundries and therefore they're off-centered. Okay. I think I might do similar to the other side and just bring it along the bottom here and merge it together here. It's probably easiest. And given that we don't need to merge it, I can just get a roof point and snap it onto there, and then we should be able to get a lift. That isn't actually snapping, but I don't actually need the lift there. I mean, I don't need the bracket. So that's lined up in the middle of that half. So if I get a merger and rotate it that way, nudge helps a lot. Like just being able to point, no, that's rotated again. Like being able to get in an approximate position, locking into place and then nudging it, it does make things a lot easier precision-wise. That goes for flat screen as well. Wow, that'll actually just snap in place. I reckon that'll just connect. I think that connected. And I've just realized I need to... See, if I put this here, I won't be able to get it at the right height. So this is where we need the ceiling mounts to give it a snap point. I should have done it one back. Now the view on the stream is a little different from what I see. So when I'm looking up high here, I can actually see further higher and lower than the stream is showing. The stream is a different picture. So it is a little different. Okay, let's make these 1 meter as well. Maybe I should have made those time lapses not 5 seconds apart. My hard drive is going to fill up with screenshots. Where am I going to bring this up? Actually, I'm going to stand up. I'll sit down long enough. Okay. It would be nice to line it up with this.
Azure Ren wants you to stretch. Go on, do it.
Okay, I
Reach
can
your
stretch.
hands in the air like you just don't care.
Thank you for the stretch redeem. Hey, there's air conditioning vents there. Touch the ground. Okay. Stretching done. Thank you. Now, trying to figure out... That's going to be too close to that, so I think if I put this side... I mean, it'd be neat if it was in the middle, but that might... Oh, no, that'll fit. Yeah, it's not lined up. Okay, it is on the line. Okay, so I need to be over the line this way. There we go. So if we bring the copper up through there, we can run it straight up and make the copper plates sheets up there. Will a curve fit nicely there? Nope, it will go through the wall. Okay. Why is it not rotating around? There we go. Justice Guy, one thing I like about VR is that posture is not so much of an issue. Isn't it? I suppose if you're sitting at a keyboard and mouse, you're very static. If you're sitting at a monitor, you do tend to be very static. Whereas VR, you can move around a lot. So you have a lot more versatility in your posture, don't you? You end up hunched up. Oh, laptop. Yeah, I could understand the laptop being easy to get. Yeah, I have a stand for my laptop, so when I'm using my laptop for gaming, it's up higher. But then again, I have back problems, so I have to sit stand desks and things like that. I have the works. Okay, we have copper. Let's hope we're sending the copper to the right place. We need to actually connect it up here. Yeah, I mean, this is not a physically energetic game, but there is movement in it. So even in VR, like I do often I will play sitting down, and so super casual like. But at the moment, I'm standing. I think I get a better stream if I'm standing because I move a bit more naturally when I'm standing. I'm less reliant on the stick turn and more on natural head movements when I'm standing up. Okay, that should be our copper flowing freely now. Because I don't get motion sickness in VR, though, I do tend to speed around like a loon at full speed, though. Oops, that's already filled up. Quick, quick, quick. I need to put copper somewhere. Yes. Okay. So we now have the Caterium being refined here. Needs to come up into here. We need to avoid that. And apparently we can't hurt the tree. But we could probably have a conveyor going through it, couldn't we? Like down through here. If I can move it across 1 meter, I can probably avoid that branch. So, how am I going to do this? I need a support to line it up. Actually, I'll put a manhole there just to get the line up right. So that's where we want it to be lined up with. I won't use the manhole because I think having it free form and then we'll put some frames around it later would look better. Because I'm going to get rid of that foundation. But so the Caterium is coming out of here. This is the Caterium ingots. So we need to bring that, if we bring that to there, then we should be able to snap a lift straight from there up to there, like that. And we'll put a frame around it so the tree doesn't get filled with... Hang on, that's Caterium ore. I'm going to have crap in my conveyors. That's the input. This is the output. And I moved that marker so I don't know where I'm moving to. I think it was like 1 meter away from the edge, so... That looks about right. Straight mode. Nope. Okay, is that the right stuff this time? Yes. Okay. Now, how polluted are those top bits? We're going to have to go and clean those out, otherwise the machines will never run. Which is up another level. I need to put better staircases in. This is a bit haphazard here, but it's not too bad. At least we can get around. Whee! There's nothing here that'll use raw Caterium, so to get rid of this, I'm going to have to flush it. Why is that not... Oh, that's the output. Hang on. I'm a noob. It's got to come down the outsides anyway. Okay, so to flush it, all I need is a belt from there to somewhere. And that's only got 1 bit of Caterium on it. I expected more than that. Maybe it's only... because these usually have a buffer in it. Maybe it's the smart splitters who have the buffer. Okay, so we actually need to come up here. So it's actually going to be this tree that's branch that's going to be in the way. I don't think we're going to miss it. I think we're just going to deal with it. Or we could bring it further this way. We could bring it further this way. Too low. Mistakes. Fine. Okay, so not that way. So this is actually much easier, and it was completely unplanned that these actually line up with the required inputs above. Actually, no, they don't line up. They are slightly different. Because these were smelters, so they're shorter. That's why it's not lined up. So what I need is I will get ceiling mounts. Because if you look up there, it's lined up with the middle of the foundation. But here they're not. So these will have a slight kink in them. You know what? Let's curve them. Is that lined up? I can't tell. We need to go above. Should be lined up. I really hope we've got the right things connected to the right things this time. That was unplanned, but it turned out to be quite neat. So this is the outputs of the wire, and we actually want to keep these entirely separate because one's Caterium wire, one's quick wire, and they're both high output, so we do not want to sushi those. So now we have bucket loads of wire being made, ridiculously high rates and reasonably high rates of quick wire. Now the wire we're going to need here for the stitched plates. So let me just check my plan again, which is on a browser in my headset. So we need 4 assemblers for stitched iron plates. And that will use most of the wire, and the leftover wire is only 30 per minute. That can get merged into the output. And the quick wire is to a single AI assembler for AI limiters, which needs copper sheets. Now the copper sheets were here. So it would make sense to have the single quick wire assembler sort of at the end here. Or we could put it here. Good night, Azurin. Thank you very much for your support tonight. Sleep well, and I will chat to you tomorrow. Good night. Yeah, I think I might diagonal this across here as a bit of a an effect. Which means assemblers, we're going to need more width here. I'm just wondering how many we can fit on here. Oh, we're still far away from the edge, so yeah, we can put plenty more space in here. Let's start from this end. See, we could put the one assembler of AI limiters on the end here. Sort of in here. And then the 4 for the plates across ways. Are those doggos still in the pen? I can't see them. Hopefully the beans are guarding them. Okay, so we can come forward a little bit if we're going a diagonal. Actually, no, that's probably it. If we can fit them in this area, that would be good. But it's looking a little cramped for 4 lengthways unless we go double width. See, I'm not sure I want this row here either. We'll figure it out. Okay, let's grab an assembler. Now these are a little bigger than 1 square. They're also long, so 4 width is actually probably pretty good for just 1 row of assemblers. And that is actually fitting in. Okay, it's not quite 2, unless we nudge it half a meter, but then that would really stuff up with the logistics. Let's just put some down and see how the spacing works. So if I leave a bit of walkway between them, that's probably enough. And that way they're like 1.5.
Incoming propaganda broadcast.
Wow, we're up to the next ad break already.
Please seek shelter.
Actually, that's fitting okay. That's reasonably spaced, I think. I might actually move them all this way a bit, so they're kind of more centered on this thing, although if I just put one like there, this could be the one making AI limiters, but then it's equal space with the rest, so it looks like it's part of it, and if it's making something different, I'd rather put it like somewhere else, like put it over here. Actually, what was the AI limiter recipe? Copper sheets and quick wire. Yes, okay, so they're both on this side. That would be easy to do. Okay, so I could space. I think I'll just move them along an extra half a slab or so. But I will do that after the ad break. So I'm going to take a bit of a break here, have a bit of a bio break, a bit of a drink, and a bit of a stretch. There'll be ads on Twitch. I have no control over the YouTube ads, so you're on your own there. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
I forgot to mute my mic, didn't I? Whoops. Okay, I am back. For the regulars who are wondering why Azuren is crashing early when she's normally in the same house as me, she's currently in a different state. She's living an hour and a half in the future over in South Australia. So it is later at night for her than it is for me currently. Not quite as in the future as Russ is, though. Somehow I got to get all these output products back to a center location, like a foyer where we have storage containers for everything to be picked up from as well. Okay, did I make these 1 meters? Yes, I did. Excellent. So stitched iron plate is the most efficient resource recipe with a decent output. I was considering using bolted plates because I could use two. Actually, do I need 6? I think I need 6 of these blighters. Now let me check my recipe. No, it is 4. Okay, it is 4. Phew. I was going to say, because I think bolted plate is more space efficient, as in there's a higher throughput. But bolted plate requires a ton of screws. And it would have required a ridiculous amount of screw constructors. Now, if I had steel here, then maybe bolted, that's not snapping in. Actually, I can do it over. As I was saying, if I had steel, then screws wouldn't be a problem because I could use steel screws, which has a ridiculously high throughput, and I'd only need a couple of constructors. But I don't have the steel screw recipe for a start. And And if I did, even if I did, I'd need to get steel over. But if I had the recipe, I might, because their steel factory is only over there. So we could have had a little vehicle route bringing up steel beams and dropping them off just to make screws. That's possible, but not this factory. Maybe we will make bolted plates in another factory when we have a few more alts and a different set of local resources. Like, I'm tempted to try and make heavy modular frames completely out of oil and use no coal. That's always fun. Okay, so inputs. We have wire coming in and we have iron plate coming in. Now, we mixed iron plate with rods on a belt, so we're going to actually need to use smart splitters to split that off, which is going to be a little bit annoying, but it's fine. And a little easier, I find, than having just millions of belts for every single product on. I do like a little sushi. But you need to be careful with sushi. You need a sink at the end of it, because otherwise, if one thing on the sushi belt bottlenecks, your whole belt grinds to a halt, which is probably going to cause me grief until we have finished the factory. I mean, I could leave the rods out of the equation for now. What is the equation? Rods. See, rods are only used for making rods. We're not using the rods going into anything else. So for ease of building, I'm going to not merge the plates with the rods. And I really hope I've changed the right belts here. Not curved mode. So this should be plates, yep. And nothing but plates. So the plates need to come along here, as does the wire. So I think we need a walkway somewhere here. Nope. Come on, just flip. There we go. Could just have a single walkway down the middle here, since it's assemblers. Okay, so this is the output. And they need to go somewhere. Yes, the stitched iron plates will be used for bolted frames as well. But we could run them back this way and then go upstairs for bolted frames above, perhaps. Or perhaps bolted frames could go above that. So I won't do the output of this quite yet until I figure out where we're going to make 1,000,000 constructors for the screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So plates and wire. The advantage of putting logistics under the floor like this is you can put splitters either side like this, so you don't need double height ones. See, if you're doing this above, you'd have to have like this here, and so it would take up 4 meters of vertical, but because we're putting them underneath, we can do them either side, and the machine is above it here, but it isn't conflicting with the machine. Probably would have been easy to have the walkway where I could see those more easily. I didn't think about that. Nice idea. Yeah. And you can like put a floor here and you can completely hide all your logistics if you want. Like some people I know have spaghetti under their logistics floors. They say out of sight, out of mind. I prefer to keep it tidy still. This is a way of making it tidy but still compact and making the best use of the space. And I realize I kind of did these backwards and that the product coming from that side is coming further than the product coming from this side, but I put the first splitter down and went, it's not going to make any difference. And it might actually be more useful when I bring up the plates on this side. That's the wire output. This is the Caterium wire output. So I need to bring that one along and into that side there. Have spaghetti under your floors. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I try and avoid overlapping belts, like clipping. And I do try to make it so that you can walk under the logistics floor, so leave enough room that you can walk around. This is a bit different, that I'm actually building a walkway under the logistics floor. I haven't really done that before. Usually I have an actual floor here, and then you walk around the floor. And it is very cramped, but it's still somewhat accessible. Yep, we got the right wire. Wire was needed for something else as well, but I will split it off later. Now we need to bring the plates from down there. See, the plates we could almost run along here. Although I don't know when where the return products are going. Actually, the return products might run around the other edge. But running them along here means that we'd completely avoid the rods. I mean, I guess I can just run it along this end bit here. So anywhere along here we could have a hole going up to bring those through. Spaghetti is inherent in the recipes. If you don't have spaghetti, then you've done something wrong. It's not those kind of recipes. See, I made the mistake of when I started playing around update 5. And I stumbled across Total Eclipse's guides to Satisfactory construction. And so he was doing this underfloor logistics stuff and very neat builds and things like that. And I kind of just caught the bug off watching his videos, I think. It's like, wow, you can do it that clean and compact. I might keep it lined up with this hole here. Which means if I do that and run it to here, this will come straight up and into there. Although I'd like the conveyor to face this way, even though it's going to rotate that way. So what I need to do is start from the top. So if you start with your snapping point there. See, if I start building from here and I want this to face forward like this, then when I get to the top, I'm going to have to rotate it. And then it will snap on, but it's turned. But if I start from here, I can bring it down here. Actually, let's rotate it. And unless it's bugged, because things are bugged in 1.1, that's right, that is the 1.1 bug. So you used to be able to do it so that you could rotate it to face this way. And then when you built it, it would keep the angle. But since 1.1, that has been bugged and it no longer keeps the direction that you're facing it, which is really annoying. Coffee Stain, if anyone's watching from Sweden, go knock on Coffee Stain's door and ask them to please fix this bug because my OCD wants the conveyor to face this direction. Thank you. And it used to work. We complain because we love the game. Does it do that for every orientation? Pretty much. I've run into it a number of times now that I cannot get the conveyor. It's basically snapping to follow the direction of the top rather than the direction that you told it to build in. Adding vertical lifts to it makes it even more unpredictable as to how it will go. Vertical lifts are quite buggy. Has that got belts on it? Yes, it does have belts on it. So theoretically that's got all the inputs, we just need power, and this should bring our plates online. Let's... Sometimes I position the pole kind of above the machine itself because this is kind of in the center and there is space either side. I think I will just line it up with the exit lifts though. Whoa, there's an edge! Ah! Let's try that and see how that looks. Is that high enough, or do we need higher? I think that's okay. That's fairly clean. Although, missed opportunity to have it line up with that pole. I'm not going to rebuild them all to line it up with that pole. Although... no, it's going to conflict with those if I have a pole across there. Too close. These are also like not straight, like that's slightly out one way and that's slightly, well that's actually more than slightly in. That's, I guess that's kind of straight. Yeah, that's where I had the other one. There's an invisible wall just there that's blocking me from getting that as an easy angle. Okay. I do it to there and bring it under to there. Then we can bring it across to there. Yeah. The other idea is to put it on the pole, but that actually works okay, I think. And power. Hey. Because we're feeding from things from both sides, the manifold is going to be a bit weird till it balances out. So that's fine. The position of this one's a bit odd. But I guess I can't really go further that way unless I make a separate little... I could make it like a feature extended part, I guess. It's just feeling a little cramped there. I mean, this is a good way to not make a box. It's like if you make everything fit in a box, then it's going to look like a box. But if we take that this needs a bit more space and we build a bit more space around, then we can kind of make this a feature protrusion from the rest of the factory. Okay, this one was AI limiters. Quick wire and copper. Copper sheets, that is. Did we have walkways below? I think we just had another factory floor, didn't we? That walkway would have been useful. Yes, I know it's not centered, but I'm not too fussed at this stage. Wrong one. downstairs. Okay, so copper sheets. Is that coming out of there? That's, let me see. This is copper bars. I think these are all copper sheets. Actually, if we delete that, yes, that's got copper sheets in it. Okay. So connect these up. This is our copper sheets output. And this is our quick wire output. So is it our quick wire output? Yes, it is our quick wire output. Put that away. That's lined up, I think. Now I need to get back up the top and put power on. Oh, slipped off. So graceful. Of course, the power's on the other side. I think I'll just extend this out. I mean, we could just cut through. Actually, if we cut through like that, then put a connector there like that. That looks semi-intentional. And we're making IR limiters. Hooray! Why is that one still yellow? Something not connected? Or are we just wire starved? Okay, 37.5. We should have plenty of wire. Okay, this one's starved as well. Okay, so it is just the manifold taking its time to build up. But 37.5 times 4. Yeah, okay, so this is a place where using a Mark 1... Can I get on the walkway? Can I get on the walkway? If I use Mark 1s here instead of Mark 3s... See, the problem is that if this is a Mark 3, then half of the stuff coming in here is going to shoot into that machine, and half is going to go into the other 3 machines. And then this one, again, half is going to come up to the machine and half is going to go across. But if I make these Mark 1s here, then that slows down the ratios. So we now should have more wire coming through here than is going to that machine. So there's 1, 2, that's... See, more went through that time rather than just half. So if you make these Mark 1s, it will kind of bias more to pass through. It'll still take a while for the manifold to fill out completely, but it will be faster. Gee, that's awkwardly placed. That's going to be a problem. it's also 1 meter off. It's not quite lined up. I mean, we can just kink around it, which we might do. I'm actually not too worried about that. That's the output of AI limiters. It's like, that is not essential at the moment. It'll be nice to have to go into the depot later on, but we're not needing millions of smart splitters currently. So let me... actually, I'm going to switch back to the browser so I can review the plan a bit closer and show people who haven't seen the plan what's going on here, and then we see what we need to do next. Because I think screws is the next big thing we're going to have to deal with, unfortunately. But let me just switch to browser mode and I will discuss what the plan is. Let me just take my headset off. So this is Satisfactory Logistics, which is my preferred logic tool at the moment. It's similar to other ones where you define what outputs you want and then it will back plan in an efficient way what you want. But the thing I love about this one is I can come into here and I can say, instead of using cast screws, use steel screws, and it will recalculate for that particular alt without having to change anything else. So it's really good for quickly switching alt recipes around. Also, actually, what you can do is you can tick off things, I think. Mark as built. We have built that. We built that. Done. Done. Stitched iron plates are done. Copper sheets are done. Caterium ingots are done, as is the wire and the quick wire. Yeah, we're... Oh. I should have put one other constructor up in that area. Huh. Maybe I will move the AI limiters to be a bit further out. Just to put one constructor there to get some cable going through. Because we've done this, but it would make sense to have that constructor near the other ones. So maybe I'll rearrange that a bit. But this is the screw boss monster at the end. I think I'm going to have to build all these screws. Stop scratching that cat. Sorry about that. I think I'm going to build these screws above where we're building the plates. Is probably the logical way to do it. We are not going to fit it all on one belt though. So there'll be cluster. The other way we could do it is we could cluster the constructors near the assemblers. The thing is, this copper rotor takes 195 screws, so that's a whole bunch of screws right there. But I think we need to break the screws down into pairing them with an assembler. So maybe we have the screws on one level and the assemblers above them, and then we'll feed up the screws to the assemblers. Because really it's just 3 assemblers. But then we need to shove screws and other things in. Copper sheets are on the far side, so we need to shove them across to wherever we're making the rotors. This is the thing, this is one side of the factory, this is potentially the other side because that's where the iron stuff is. This isn't too bad because this could stay on the other side of the factory. So maybe we do like one frame and a bunch of screws and then another frame and a bunch of screws. And then we'll figure out passing iron through to get this done last. So 2 bolted frames, 1 copper rotor, but first we need to do cable and move that AI limiter. So that's what we do. That'll be the plan. But yeah, this ticking complete thing, I've actually not used that before, so that's quite handy as well. The other great thing about this is cloud synced, so I can save my logistics here and I'm logged into my account. And that's what I'm looking at in the headset. So I have a browser in the headset where I've logged into this, and I can pull that up in the headset as I'm building to check on things as I'm going. But obviously on a PC with a mouse, it's a bit easy to scroll around. Okay, so cable, 1 rotor, 2 frames, and a bucket load of screws. Okay, that's the plan. Let me put my headset back on and we'll dive into it. Okay. I mean, we could build screws above that, actually. And then put the assemblers here. Maybe. Okay, but first we need to deal with this wire that we forgot about. So we just need... It was just copper for the wire, wasn't it? No, sorry, you need the wire to make the cable. That's what it was. So this is the wire here. I'm tempted to move this whole lot across and stick a cable one here. Let's do that. That way the cable one is right near the wire. I won't need to go anywhere else. This also like expands our feature corner here, and we'll have a nice overhang that we can do some kind of supports below there to have it lined up. So we're going to delete this because I forgot the cable. I'm tempted to make 2 constructors of cable just so there's symmetry. And in that case, I wouldn't need to remove these constructors. I could just reprogram them. Now let's turn them off for now, because otherwise we're going to have an inventory full of quick wire. So that support pillar will be moved. And we're building, this is basically replicating the quick wire setup that we had there, but we're moving it along a little. So that should have copied the recipe. Yes, it did. We're going to shove that in the output. Now, I should really rewire what's underneath before I... Actually, I should take... Anyway, I'm going to redo the logistics before I unplug that. Well... Okay, so merger is still there fine because it'll be merger of our cable output. So this will now be our quick wire that will go further down to our assembler. This is our cable, which means the wire here needs to feed into Ah, we had quick wire there. Okay. You know, it would kind of be easier just to split this off and pump this wire in here and make these the wire ones and keep that as the quick wire. I think that's what I'm going to do. That way I don't have to change these quick wire inputs because quick wire goes into there that makes the wire. That is the copper. We now have cable coming out of here. So eventually the cable is just going to a depot. So we'll figure out where we're shoving that later. That can stay there for now. We just need to get it online so that it all works later. So we're just basically moving this along a bit here. Hang on. This is the quick wire output. This quick wire needs to go that way. Sometimes straight doesn't give you the proper straight. I think default with the old 2 notches trick is going to give us the best for that corner. Then this can go around that way. So that'll go down to wherever our new assembler position is. So this one stays on quick wire, so that can continue production. Now this one is cable. I will drop it to 50%. Just because I haven't done the math to figure out if I've got enough wire to... Yeah, it'll probably steal too much wire otherwise. So let's clock that down. Let's just copy settings because it's easier. Okay. Carry that on. Actually, let's put the pole down here. Oops. Here we go. No, not a constructor. Give me a cable. Having a few extra pillars up and down might be a good idea. Hang on, did I connect the wrong thing to the wrong thing there? I did. This wire needs to feed in here and the other way. This is a merger. This is the output. Do I want that? Because I could rearrange the order of these so these are reversed. I think both ways are going to have complications because we're going to start getting belts tangled across each other. Stream got a bit laggy, low FPS. Was that just looking at the conveyor belt? Because I noticed these were really jerky when I was looking at them. So it might be just that's laggy. So let me know if it's the whole stream or just that bit. I mean, it's moving around here. Is this smooth? Whoops. There is a setting for frame rate for conveyor belts. And for some reason, I cannot increase it past 30 FPS. I don't know why, it just stopped working. I don't know if this is a 1.1 bug or not, but I dropped it down to 30 and now I can't get it up again. That is the frame rate. So yes, that could be why the belts are looking a bit dodgy, especially wire, because wire's big. I just missed the walkway. So is the frame rate okay now? Is it just the wire that was dodgy? Still low frames. Okay. It's looking okay on my preview, and you're on Twitch. I have been going for a fair few hours. How long have I been going for? Where's the Twitch window? Because remember the first stream I had problems at around the 5-hour mark, and it is getting close to the 5-hour mark now. So I could restart the stream. How's it looking on YouTube? Is it laggy on YouTube as well? Is there anyone on YouTube who's watching there? How's the frame rate looking? Just open the stream, looks fine. Okay. Jack Bidulf, thanks for checking. Didn't know Satisfactory had VR. It does have VR. I'm on Twitch and yeah, it's bad. Okay, so Twitch is bad. Okay. Can I restart the Twitch stream without breaking the YouTube stream? I could certainly try. Actually, I didn't need those there. I needed it in the other spot. Because I was thinking of stopping soonish. I don't think I want to rush finishing this tonight. And the thing is, I can actually stream tomorrow as well. So I might actually leave it here. Or soon. I was hoping to get this bit done because this is like a rebuild section. Kind of want that over a meter. Although if people have just tuned in, it would be rude to stop now. Tell you what, I will try restarting the Twitch stream, and hopefully OBS won't blow up, and hopefully the YouTube stream won't. Actually, the YouTube stream might restart, but the YouTube stream is actually pretty good at picking up where it left off. So just give me a sec, and I'll try toggling the Twitch stream and see if that helps. Actually, you know what? I've got my browser open. I'm going to actually close my browser on my streaming laptop, because that might free up some memory, because that can be a memory hole. So let me just try that first. Close browser. Because I'm not going to look at the plan again tonight. So that might free up a bunch of resources on my streaming laptop. Okay, so I have closed my browser because they can be hogs, and I've had that logistics open the whole night, so it might have a memory hole for all I know. So let me know now if the Twitch frame rate has got better. Because YouTube is using a different codec. Why is there no wire coming along here? That should have snapped. Dull. I wonder if it's because it was overlapping that one there. Maybe I should only do it to that point. Although if I do this, delete that. Ooh, we got one wire through. Nope, two. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. So is the Twitch frame rate improved, or is it still crap? How do we get back up? This way. Okay, so we are making cable at 30 per minute, which is just enough to fill up a depot for building purposes later. Don't need any more than that. Still bad on Twitch. YouTube is good. Okay, let me poke the Twitch stream and see if I can restart it without killing everything. If you might need to reload the page once it's done, give me a second. Oops. Wrong screen. Okay. Is the stream still going? Has it restarted? It's restarted. Excellent, excellent. I think that was moderately smooth. Is the frame rate any better though? Let me just switch back to the game. And tell me how the frame rate's looking now. Okay, I'm back in the game, moving around, spinning around like a record player. Really need to go and delete that ladder over there. Okay, and good so far. Okay, so hopefully YouTube will stay good as well. Because I'd like to go a little bit longer. I don't want to stop now. What is the time? I mean, it's late. It's not even 10 o'clock. Look, even Russ is still awake. So I'll keep going and see how we go. Why has that stopped working? No power. Oh, okay, we didn't actually connect power up to this one. It's 1:45. Yes, yes, Russ. You've outlasted Azurin and she's a half an hour behind you. Oops. Might actually move that across slightly. Looks better now. Thanks for fixing. No problems. Let's hopefully it will edit them together as one video in the end. And I'm glad that YouTube didn't drop out, because YouTube's normally the... Actually, YouTube is better at picking up the stream and continuing than last time, because last time we had problems. Twitch ended up having 3 different stream VODs, and YouTube managed to merge some of them and only have 2. So the YouTube outage handler was better than the Twitch one. It's been a challenge to try and juggle the codecs to get everything to stream and not kill my poor laptop. Because it's doing a few things at the moment. Because as well as the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream, I'm also recording a complete stream with like 5 different audio tracks, and I'm also recording the direct footage from my PC, so I can edit together later the footage without the chat overlay over the top. And that's the highest quality one, so you don't even see the highest quality stream that gets recorded straight to disk. So yeah, there's a lot going on my little laptop. And 3 different codecs as well. Okay, now we've got to build this AI limiter assembler again. We don't really need this much room. I think we can delete at least one of these, maybe even 2. Actually, I will move it a little closer. Pardon me. That's plenty of room. Okay, so hole at the end. Can probably put it about here. No, let's stick another one on top. So I think that actually the Twitch, has anyone Coffee Stain talked to you about the mod or commented about it? Very brief comments from Coffee Stain. So there was once a they used to have their weekly dev streams, and the director Emmett, the head honcho, the big squeeze, he popped into the stream randomly, and they had a rapid fire question round where people were just asking random questions on Twitch, and Azurin said Satisfactory VR, and his basic response was, there's a mod, looks pretty cool. So he's aware of it. I don't know if anyone there has tried it. Croy VR has spoken up on the dev streams in chat a number of times and mentioned it. Croy is a big advocate of PC VR, and so he's been a big voice trying to get people to recognize Satisfactory VR, and he has spoken up on the chat before. Twitch VOD is chopped again, but YouTube is better for... Well, oh, yes. Okay, you're talking about the chopping. Yes. But yes, so he's mentioned it in chat a few times, and he's had a few responses, and he got talking... Hannah, who the level designer of this is mostly Hannah's work. She's an amazing level designer, and the story elements are also by her. She was interested, and she's actually had a background. I think she working on the Oculus Go back in the days, and I think Emmett said he'd worked on VR in a lab situation. They also suggested on that she short. Yeah, I was getting to that, Russ. I was getting to that. Yeah, they got a new community guy, Jason. What's going on there? And Jason didn't know about the mod. And he made a short that was like the pioneer doing selfie stuff. And apparently a lot of people went, does this mean Satisfactory VR is coming? And he made a short that was basically a early internet meme about setting your FOV wide and sitting close to the screen and dropping your frame rate down, and taking the piss out of VR in general, but also that sort of meme culture thing. And someone in the Satisfactory Discord messaged him and said, there's a mod for it and it's actually pretty cool. And so he pinned a comment at the top of his short that said, well, you could try to automate this mod. Apparently it's pretty good. And yeah. Oh, he didn't know about it. So at least I got a pinned top comment on that video, and we did see a spike of mod downloads after that video and after he'd pinned that comment. So some good came out of it. I'm just going to put my spares in here to free up some space. It was not the most polite video, but VR people are easily offended by people who bag on VR, and I don't blame either side, really, kind of. I'm trying to be polite. I did actually message Jason directly afterwards, and he was fairly, you know, cordial about the whole thing. Okay, this is going to be a little messy, this one. No straight right angle here. I mean, if I do it, what's it going to do? Actually, curved mode is, maybe not so much. Maybe I'll go straight. I kind of need a walkway over there. But it would be nice if Poppy Stain had direct contact and I could help ask them about a few bugs and things like that. There's a couple of them on the modding Discord, and I've had some help through that, but nothing directly about VR as such. So there's things like the Noblest long press throw that I've still not figured out what's going on there. It's some engine thing that I have no idea about. Okay, so hopefully we're sending the right bits. This belt doesn't need to have a kink. Not that I'm kink shaming, but it doesn't need to. Obviously, I position the assembler slightly differently. Hang on, no, that's a... Is that straight? That is now straight, okay. None of us need them, we just have them. Yes, we don't choose our kinks. LOL is a niche group, or is cool with games that can do it. Yeah, we are a niche of a niche of a niche. Like, there's gaming, and then there's Satisfactory, and then there's VR, and then there's the overlap of Satisfactory and VR. So, Justice Guy, gotta go. Thank you very much for coming along and hanging out. Good to see you again. Enjoy your Satisfactory in VR. Okay. Lights are green. This is looking good. We have assemblers making AI limiters. We have sheets. So now we're up to the bit with the 10 constructors worth of screws and the 3 assemblers left to do. I mean, we'll build something on top there, but I don't necessarily want to make that the wall of constructors, because that's kind of near my home base, and I don't want my home base view crowded with screws. Also, if I stack the factory more that side, there'll be a more tiered look to the factory when viewing it from that side, so maybe I should build above there, and above there maybe? Or I could just build above, up the back straight. I mean, foundries are about as stumpy as smelters, so we could do a similar height one here over the top of the foundries. And that might clear over the copper mine there. Where did you start at? Where did I start what at? Start VR? Oh, or Satisfactory, or what? I was a big VR player before I found Satisfactory. I played a lot of No Man's Sky, I played a lot of Skyrim, plus stuff like Synth Riders and stuff like that. And so I'd largely stopped playing flat games. and I got Satisfactory in a bundle. Where did I spawn at? I spawned at Grassfields. So, where's the map? So actually, you can still see the elevator on the horizon. I made a basic starter factory in the grasslands, in my standard grasslands position, and that was just kind of a phase 1 factory. It was never meant to be permanent, so that's why I'm building this now. It's Saturday? No, it's Friday today, Russ. Or no, okay, you've just hit midnight. Yes, Russ, well done. It's Saturday. So yeah, I spawned over, actually you can see the elevator there. So the elevator is about where I spawned. But I didn't want to play the game in the grass fields, or normally I'd go up the west coast, and I knew these nodes were here. So there's 4 iron nodes here, all normal. There's a normal copper node up the back there, and there's a normal caterium node. So this is actually a really good place for a starter factory, which is what we're doing here. And because there's caterium, I can use some alt recipes and also make AI limiters and quick-wire as well in the one place. So that's kind of why I picked this spot. Plus there was a nice water hole that I can make a pool for the doggos to swim in. So we started, and you can, if you go to my YouTube channel, all the live VODs are on there as well, and on Twitch. So in the first session, I think it was like an 8-hour session, and we finished phase 1. We unlocked most of the equipment, and we also got dimensional depots before we finished phase 1. Not very maxed out, but we got them there. So then after that, we built coal power along the side there. That took 2 streams, and then I think we did 1 stream for the steel, and was there a second one for the steel? This is stream 5, I think, of my playthrough series. So it was always the plan to like make a new basics factory using alt recipes with a bit more throughput in a different place. And so I'm planning on building like sort of that way, and I'm going to build in the swamp. I've never built in the swamp before. I hear it's a lovely place. That's a lie. But I'm Australian. I can deal with stingers, even ones that jump 50 foot in the air. So I could keep the factory low here and build above. I mean, we've already sort of protected the trees under here. I've got a little bit of room here, but not much. Actually, I could build down to the ground here. I was keeping this clear for future truck and train lines. So I didn't want to build on the ground level. But I could build in this area here. Maybe I could do that. But then I'd kind of be building constructors here, and then they'd be going up to screws on the top floor or something like that. You got D&D in 6 hours? Got to sleep now? No, yeah, no problems, Russ. Is this a session you're running, Russ? If so, you need sleep. I could... Yeah, this is my decision paralysis. It's like, how am I going to lay this out? I do kind of like leaving this open here. And we will need to put storage somewhere. I was originally thinking of having the storage kind of over here, having like an admin building over this corner here. So that way the main base is near the storage if I ever needed to manually stock up on things. See you, Russ. Croy's running it. Oh, cool. So you don't need to be too awake. Sleep well, Russ. So my original idea was to bring all the materials back here and then put storage here to store it all. I could just keep building upwards. I might try building the screws up the back there and see how it looks. Because I'm not avoiding screws, but that doesn't make them my friend. That's probably a little close to the miner. Yeah, so there's not a lot of room up here. I'm certainly not going to fit 10 constructors in this spot. I mean, I could if I cram them. I can do double layers and stuff like that, but I'm trying to space things out a bit and be a bit more free in my spacing, so it looks a little more realistic. Lets the machines get a bit of TLC and a bit of maintenance. I mean, I could just build a tower of screws up vertically. Yeah, I think let's not use that space. I mean, I could if I'm desperate. But as I said, we don't need to build all the screws everywhere necessarily. We could make things complicated and build some here and some elsewhere. So let's go look at... Sorry, not that. Let's grab a machine and look at the recipes we're building. So, assembler... We could also overclock the crap out of them. We don't need to necessarily build two. We are making copper rotors. Ah, and the copper's on this side. The copper sheets are there, but we'd have to feed them back. And I was only going to do one of these, because these are just for building purposes. We're not supplying any other factory. So this would require some copper sheets and nearly 200 screws. Okay. Actually, no. Clone that. Give me a constructor. $200 screws. So if we're doing 50 screws output a minute for cast screws, that's only 4 constructors. So if we have 4 constructors feeding the one assembler just to make rotors, can we fit that up here? So if we... space-wise, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 5 depth. So if we put one... I mean, technically we could put it there. And we've been leaving half a slab for the constructors so that their arms don't hit each other. So we could put another one there. And then this, I'm just going to clone that so I don't lose the recipe. This could fit in here. It's not as roomy as other parts of the factory, but it's not too bad actually, given that this will be a dedicated rotors section. Yeah, I think I'll do this. And this way I can do this now, tonight. And then we can, if I decide to stop the stream then, we can follow up tomorrow with the frames. Frames was the other one, which is a bunch more screw constructors and also 2 assemblers. So screws in here, that's easy logistics underneath. Uh, 400 is not going to fit on a single built. Hang on, 195. Oh, sorry, 200. Duh. It's 50 times 4 is 200. Okay, it will fit on there. Okay, it is fast enough. It is getting late at night, so I'm getting tired and making mistakes. It's that part of the stream. So let's do this. And these are all on screw recipes. Oops, wrong button. Definitely getting tired. See, this we could have a nice flashy exit where you can actually kind of see the stuff on the conveyor and bring it over to here. Which I probably should have done over there as well, and it's easy enough to do that later. If I want to have a feature the output of different things. Okay, so that is ironing it in, and it's not a huge amount of iron, thank goodness. This is the output of the products, and considering they are trickling out, let's do a Mark 1 belt so you can actually see them come along the belt every now and again. Okay, we'll do power later. I'll do the underside first. If I can remember what's what. This is screws out, so we need mergers there. Or splitters first, so let's do the splitters. Do you enjoy playing normally versus VR? I much prefer VR now. As I was kind of saying before, I started Satisfactory flat because there was no VR mod, and I played about 1,000 hours in Satisfactory in flat before I started working on the VR mod. And the reason I didn't do it earlier is because I didn't know how to mod something to be in VR. But then at the start of 2024, UEVR was released, which was this tool that basically activated a VR mode for any Unreal game, or most Unreal games, a lot of Unreal games. And it worked with Satisfactory, but the interface was crap. The UE was crap, the controls were crap, you could still kind of play with keyboard and mouse, but it was not a pleasant experience. So that's when I downloaded the Satisfactory dev kit and started working on the VR mod, like within that month. And I much prefer in VR now. Which I've kind of said some of the reasons why earlier on the stream. Like, obviously there's a 3D depth perception, so lining up things is a little easier. I prefer being able to aim independently of the camera moving. Actually, now I've spent so much time in VR that camera locked to aim actually can cause me some uncomfort, motion sickness wise, on a flat screen. Wow, that's not lined up. Was that my example of how lining things up straight? That's terrible. I had to take a lot of fine tuning to get. Hang on. Oh, something else is. Oh, this constructor here is not lined up properly. So I was lining it up correctly with this hole, but what is above is wrong. I'm gonna go out and fix it. It's also a gorgeous world, and there is so much detail in Satisfactory that you completely miss it on flat. Like a lot of games, there's detail there that you really don't notice. Look at this! This is not lined up at all. You know, it's like, sure, on a monitor, you can see it says Construct or 01 down there on the monitor, but it's right there in front of you in VR. It is much more noticeable. All these little details in the game that just playing the game, you don't notice as much. So yeah, I'm kind of biased. Because, you know, I made the mod. But, like, when I first loaded up Satisfactory and saw this world and ran and moved so agilely around this world, even back then I was thinking this would be awesome in VR. Because it is such a great world. That's a floor hole. And it's not perfect. I wish the frame rate was better. I am running on pretty low settings for a VR game to get a stable frame rate because the game is not designed for VR. But when you're in there building factories and looking at things up close, you kind of forget all that. Like, it is still quite crisp. It's just things in the distance look a little blurry at the settings I'm running it on. Which you won't see in the stream because the stream is only 1080p. And even if you were seeing 4K on a monitor, you may not see that detail. But because this is filling my vision, even though it is 2000p vertical, so it's similar to 4K in res, the detail is a lot more noticeable if it's not crisp and clear. Right, we need to get iron in here, and I've just realized to get iron in here, I need to build the mergers going, the splitters going the other way. These are wrong, because the iron is coming from here. Definitely getting late at night. The copper is coming from the other side, but the iron is coming from this side. And I need to delete those. Okay, so I could bring up iron in two separate conveyors, and given that this is the output of the iron here, that might be easiest. Here's a little squeezy under here. Because bringing up a single iron in the middle of all that is going to be a bit messy, I think. This is 1 meter off that lineup. So what I would have to do is... I could split it off from... I could put a splitter there and then do a hacky run down here because it doesn't need a lot of iron. Like most of the iron is going elsewhere. So having one... Like if I can fit a splitter here... This would be the neatest. So have a splitter here like this. I mean, it's not too bad. There is a tiny gap in there that I can possibly upgrade a conveyor if I ever need to. Now, because this needs to be 1 meter over, I can't put the hole here because it won't line up. I think that having a game work in VR but not being able to use the VR controllers work isn't a real VR experience. The exception being flight sims. I agree. I'm not anti-keyboard and mouse in a VR game, but definitely having the controllers... And that's one of the reasons I did the mod, is because it feels so much better to actually use the controllers and point with the controllers, because being able to point with a controller is a huge advantage. That if you're just using keyboard and mouse, you're missing that. You could do it with the gamepad, but again, the gamepad is actually very different from the VR controllers. Even though the VR controllers have like thumbsticks and buttons, the fact that you can point with a controller makes it completely different to a gamepad. Okay, I think I'm going to have to put the hole back here. That might be enough room, but I might need to come right to the edge. Yeah, no, that's not going to fit unless I can possibly... Let's try this trick. Because the natural snapping point of the lift is at that point. But if you put your conveyor to this point, it will snap fine there. So if I can get this to fit to there, like that, then the lift will snap on fine. Even though it's a bit more of an overlap on that side. Agree, absolutely. But as I said, I used to play a lot of Elite Dangerous, so that's a POTAS game. No controllers there, and I didn't miss it. And I wish Elite Dangerous had VR on foot, and I really don't need it to have motion controls. Like, that's one where the game is 99% flying in a ship. But please, give me the on-foot stuff in VR, even if I'm using a controller. I don't mind that. It's a poor excuse to say, oh, if people don't want it because they'll want controller support. It's like... yes, ultimately controller support would be nice, but at the end of the game, it's a spaceflight sim, first and foremost, with a little bit of on-foot stuff. Just please add basic VR support to the on-foot stuff. Yes, I don't know if people are aware, but Elite Dangerous, you can play fully in VR, except when they added on-foot stuff. So you're fully immersed in VR, you're playing along, and then you hop out of your ship on foot, and then you get a 2D screen presented in front of you, and it's a picture of the 2D screen, and you're running around with like controls on this 2D screen. And I actually found that nauseous. Like trying to do those first-person bits in a projected screen in VR but flat, that was doing my brain in. It was really not comfortable, and that lift is too high. So you played ED as well in VR and hated that they dropped support? Yeah. I when they did that, I stopped playing Elite when they released Odyssey, and I have started playing it again now. A bit. And I actually loaded up the Odyssey stuff for the first time because I like the new ships. So I actually finally got Odyssey when it was dirt cheap. I hope that's going to the right machines. But yeah, it is really annoying that they can't just do basic 3D support for on foot. Like, if you go into the camera mode, you get the 3D view of the first person view in camera mode. So it's not a technical problem, it's just a controls problem. Anyway, enough late night rants about Elite. Okay, I don't even know if I can connect this underneath, but I'm matching it for symmetry, and then we'll see what is below here and how much of a mess I've got myself into, because we might be under rock here. Essenber, hello, good evening, how you going? Hey, that's right, you're the person I normally raid. Are you streaming tonight? It's like, that name's familiar. It's usually someone... No, Saturday night. Saturday night I normally raid you. Or quite often. Or is that on Friday night? Oh, this... Oh, that's not good alignment. Finally saw you alive and figured I would check out the VR mod for the game. Yeah, cool, welcome. This is it. Although you've caught the tired end of the stream, so I'm not sure if it's going to be the best representation. Can I fit that in there? I have my doubts that this is going to fit. I'm playing spaghetti logistics under the floor here, trying to get things to fit properly. Actually... this belt here, I could get a splitter off that. This is going to be really ugly. Or that's a merger. If we put a splitter below it, that'll be really ugly. But it will actually... No, that doesn't line up either. I'm going to need to put that further along here. Yeah, we're working on just a basics factory here. But I'm doing... My under-the-floor logistics here, despite this being just iron pretty much, is getting a bit tangled at the moment. So now if I bring a lift down to there, is that too close? Okay. That's fitting. So... to fix this, can I squeeze around here? Yes, I think that'll be acceptable. Not pretty, but acceptable. So yes, this is Satisfactory in VR. And the scale is huge. Okay, so now I've got my iron going up to the top level there. I need copper sheets as well. So the iron is going into there, it's being turned into screws there. So if I've got things right, we want to grab that and put screws in here. And we should need copper sheets in there. Now, this is going to be a bit of a mess as well. The factory was going very nice and laid out and had a logical flow to it. And then I got to the bit where I needed to use screws, and it's all gone a bit screwy. And I'm trying to hide them up the back, and that's making logistics a bit hard. Copper sheets are up here. Yes, copper sheets are coming out here, although I don't need many, so I could probably steal some from here. and route them to over there. Ugh. I mean, the cleanest would be to put a splitter there. Yeah, that's a merger, that's a splitter. And then let's pull that up to a meter. Oh, I can squeeze through there. That's not going to be pretty either, but it's too late at night to be pretty, I think. You know, if I built this splitter there, it would be a cleaner run across. That's still too close. Okay, no, bad idea. See, originally I had all these as 2 meters thick, and then I would cut in to 1 meter thick to have my logistics kind of embedded a bit. But the more logistics I add, the more it's just becoming 1 meter everywhere. Rotate around, please. We just bring that straight down there. If I line it up directly with where we need to go, I think that's... Nope, it's got to go across one. That is actually lined up. This is going to play havoc with our output though. So I might actually keep it on the outside here like this. So that should hopefully be copper plates going to the right place. Copper plates. Rotors. Haven't tried using the logistics floors. Are you a fan of them? I really like logistics floors. Like my previous saves, I put some logistics above and some below. But as I was sort of saying over before, you've got an assembler here with 2 inputs. By putting everything underneath, you can have both things fed into the assemblers by putting splitters underneath the machines. So if you were doing this above the floor, you would need to have basically stacked splitters like this. And so you'd have to have 4 meters worth of splitters. Whereas because this is under the floor here, I can have one side of the splitters on one side and the other on the other. And therefore you're using less vertical height for it. There is a bit of a game here to try and keep everything one level, and so normally a logistics floor I would build an actual separate floor. So if I was down under here, you know, I would have like oops, I'm gonna turn too fast. You know, I would actually have a floor like this. Oops. And so for things that are simple, you might have a floor that is just one wall down, so there's just enough for one splitter. But for something with assemblers, you might have it more so that you can actually fit more vertically on here. Like if you're having a manufacturer, which is 4 inputs, having a floor, you could actually get away with 2 by having 2 on the outside and then 2 on the inside. So you could still get away with less height totally. Does that make sense? So yeah, in past saves, I've made a floor literally, and then built the splitters and conveyors on everything there, and then kind of weaved them between them. But this method of actually kind of having it's a logistic floor, but it's kind of stuck to the roof. I've started to do this more regularly, and the fact that you can now stick a splitter or a merger directly on the ceiling is very useful. So that was added in 1.0. Before that, you could not stick a splitter or a merger on the roof. So things were a lot more painful to do this style. But you do get parts where, you know, you can't cross the beams, so you need to come down even lower. And that's the challenge I'm finding here. Is this was all neat and mostly single level, but I'm now getting to the point where I'm having to come down lower and cross things over. Like taking the copper sheets from here, this is like a maze puzzle here to try and get the conveyor through without it overlapping or having to change height at all. So this time it worked, but I'm going to have an output here that has to go somewhere. So maybe I can feed that through the middle there. We'll see. Yes, yeah, I like it. It is nice and clean. And it means that your top floor is easy to walk around with. You know, if you're going between the machines here, you don't have to keep constantly jumping over conveyor belts and things. It's a little more clean. Like, it's not necessarily a lived-in factory feel as much. It's a little bit more sterile. But that can be a finish as well, or a theme. I've certainly had scrappier factories where there were conveyor belts going everywhere on the top as well. I've also made blueprint factories where you've got an entire blueprint crammed into a single box in the blueprint maker. So I've made heavy modular frames factories in a single blueprint and things like that. That's an interesting build challenge as well. But for this kind of simple manual build factory, I do like putting the logistics underneath. And even when I have logistics on top, like here, I might have the middle manifold on top because it's easier, but then the outputs or everything else that runs between the sections will be underneath. And I think that's what I did in the steel factory, kind of, which is way over there. So the crunch, where is it? Over there. So the main cluster of machines may have above ground manifolds between the machines, but then the inputs and outputs run below the floors between each section of the factory. So that's a good mix of styles. So power. We're a little more compact in build layout up here. I'll actually put that right up against the edge. You know, that might do even for this assembler. I might just snap that from there. Plonk it straight up here. It doesn't need a power pole any closer than that. Ah, it's pretty good length. Oops. Now this only needs to come out to this bit here, so let's build the pole here first. probably there is about the right spacing. Nope. Oh, come on. It is late at night. Let's take this a little slower. Cable. Attach. Lock it in place. Now I can move it. Definitely past my dinner time and my rest time. Ah, missed the jump. Okay, so that's this little grid connected up power-wise. Yeah, no, I don't want that being there. I'll just chuck it on there temporarily for now, and everything comes to life. Hooray! Now, did I actually wire up the logistics correctly? Let's find out. Well, copper sheet's going to the right place. That's a good start. Come on, show me the screws. Did I connect the output of the screws? I thought I did. There they go. Okay, yeah, this screw recipe I think makes like 4 boxes at a time or something. Okay, there's our rotors online. Hooray! So yeah, this is just a basics factory, so the supplies made here are going to go into the depot and just be used for building supplies. So we don't need a huge throughput here. I'm using recipes that are higher output. So I picked this rotor recipe because it's outputting 11.25 a minute, which is plenty for building needs. I'm not supplying any other factories or anything like this. So we've got 4 assemblers over there with stitched plates. We've got a little bit of excess of cable here and there, and the copper sheets that we will also put into depots. So what is the time? It is, okay, it's nearly 11 PM. So I think I'm going to leave it here tonight. So let me head home and see if those doggos have escaped. Oh, there's one in the pool. There's another in the pool. They like this pool over here. Okay, so they are still here.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please
Ad
seek
break.
shelter.
Let me just sleep that, because I am wrapping up here. Hey boy, Timmy's giving me quick wire. Did you steal that from the factory? Scratch pipes. Okay, we've got pipes over there as well. And this will be George. What's George got? They do spread out. Oh, quick wire as well. Okay, I'm sensing a theme here. They do spread out a lot more in this big area, which is kind of cool. It's a bit harder to harvest them all, but the fact that they're kind of all mincing around in different places is cool. I suppose once I'm out of range, they just wander. But they haven't escaped, which is the main thing. So, cool. Let me come up here. Stay. Okay, so we've almost finished the factory. Thank you. I still need to work on the pools a little, but this is what we did session before last. But I made it a whole fenced off area. I have plans also for a water slide for slugs that will be fun to make at some stage as well. But I wanted to build a factory this time. It's a decent factory on the horizon there. We do need a little bit more, so we're like 90% done with it currently. I'm going to switch to the browser and show you the plan before I log off, but I am leaving Satisfactory here. Actually, let me save the game before I get too far. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, and I should pause the cams. Not those sort of cams. Should have done that before saving. Let me just hit fix a cam button just a sec. Not that button. Where'd fix a cam go? Oh, wrong button. I can't actually see my keyboard that I'm pressing buttons. Here. I'm going to stop these time lapses. It's a pretty good frame. That might come out decently. This one has missed part of the factory entirely. That one was poorly placed. And this one is kind of the other side. So between these two, we should hopefully have a decent time lapse of the session. But we've got a bit more to do next time. So let me close up here and I will show you the plan in the browser again. This is probably not going to autosave nicely again. Wait, it's VR. Yes, Durkin0, it is. And you've just come in at the end when I'm about to log out. This is Satisfactory. Satisfactory in VR. We have hands. We have
Durkin0 just followed
menus.
you. Thanks for the follow,
Oh, thanks for the follow, Durkin.
and welcome to the channel.
How is it VR? It's VR through a mod. I am the mod creator, so I know lots about it. I've been working on it since the start of 2024. Yep, check out my YouTube of the same name and you'll find lots of videos there. It'll have setup guides there as well as how to use it. The how to use guide is a little dated, but it's mostly still correct. But definitely setup guides there. And if you just search for Satisfactory VR, you'll probably find my YouTube channel and also the mod page. So yes, if anyone else wants to give it a go as well. Actually, are you on YouTube? No, you're on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, the description of the video has links to everything. So if you do find my YouTube channel, I have links to all the mod details there as well. So I'm going to log off of VR here and I'll switch back to the browser to just quickly go over the factory plan to show you what's remaining. So let me just exit this. And back to browser screen. So we're almost finished. Actually, I think the only thing we have left to do is make frames for this factory plan. And I closed my browser because the stream was playing up, so let me run it again. So this is the factory plan. So all the ticked off green boxes are the bits we've completed. We have now finished the copper rotors.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Oh, stupid
Please
ad.
seek shelter.
Let me just sleep that again. How do I do it here? There. So we've now done the copper rotors, and we've actually done the AI limiters now, and we've also done the cable. We don't have any outputs going anywhere, so it's kind of all bottlenecked, and we're going to have a plan to actually getting this all into storage. But yeah, all we have left, we've done some of the cast screws for the rotors, but we still need, we've made 4 constructors, so we've got another 6 constructors to go into the bolted frames. And yeah, again, most of these I'm picking for output efficiency. So the bolted frame is outputting 5 per minute versus the others ones which are 2 or 3 frames a minute. Again, similar with the copper rotor. The copper rotor alternate recipe is 11 per minute versus 4 a minute or 5 a minute. So we're trying to go for a more compact factory, and we're trying to not avoid screws, although they are being a pain in the butt. So I built 4 constructors for screws next to the copper rotors. So I might do similarly with the frames and build the constructors near the frame assemblers for the screws. That way we're not sending them too far. So we've got 280 through. So yeah, we will need to have like 3 per assembler or something like that. But I'm planning on streaming tomorrow, so similar time tomorrow afternoon, if you're interested in seeing the rest of the factory build. And then we'll also be hooking up all the outputs to go to a central storage area as well as depots. And we might even get some time for some architecture and actually turn our floating platforms into something that looks a bit more factory-like. So thank you very much for hanging out with me. It feels good to be back and actually building a factory rather than messing around with swimming pools or explosives and other things like that. And I was away last week, so this has been a bit of a break. But I will be streaming again tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to start as early or run as long, but I'll see how I go for time tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you all have a great morning / evening / afternoon and a good weekend, and I will hopefully see you later. Thanks for watching. Hang on, is there someone I can raid? Is Essenburst still around? Let me check. Let me see if there's anyone to raid. Although I'm pretty tired, I might just leave it there. But let me have a quick check. Thanks, Rack. Where is my control panel? There it is. And let's go. Where's the raid button? Gemballs is playing Hollow Knight. Yeah, it's Hollow Knight. I'd rather raid a Satisfactory person or a VR person, but I don't recognise the current people playing Satisfactory. What do we got? I might just leave it there, I think. Support your local streamers though. If you know anyone good, go join their channel. As I said, Croy VR streams Variety VR. Tactical, not Tactical Potato, he's a different person. Sniper, I'm thinking of the wrong names. He hasn't been logged on tonight. Viper, something, I can't remember his name. He's been streaming VR lately, although he hurt his neck. I don't know, and I haven't seen Popcake in a while either, and I'm waffling, so I'm going to leave you to it. Go enjoy yourself. Goodbye. Go touch grass or something. Thanks for watching. Bye bye.